Hey guys, welcome back to another video of Frosty Explain. This is the series in which you will find what will happen if Ash and Misty travel in the Kanto region, they got in a relationship, and this is a grand movie like thing, and we are going to the Mewtwo arc. Well, channel has really too much video on Mewtwo arc, but he's a goat, so yeah, we have to make this one too. So this story is the continuation of the Kanto arc, and after that we will go for the Johto arc. Those who have already bought the series, you should watch it from here, or those who have just contacted the channel or you are visiting it for the first time, you should check out the description for the first arc of the series. So without any more delay, we should begin.
Silver sighed as the ship finally set sail, their destination hidden deep within the wilderness of Kanto. Usually, he would have simply flown back in his Pokémon, or at least caught a private flight on one of many planes his organization had, but the package he was delivering was too precious to be left alone. Sir, the captain of the vessel approached, his raggedy bird and blue trench coat blew in the sea breeze. Is the package secure? Silver asked. It was too important to make a mistake now, especially considering what they had been through to acquire it. Yes, sir, the captain nodded. It is secured in the cargo hold as per Legion regulations. Good. Silver smiled, his eyes drooping for a second as he finally realized how tired he was. I will be sleeping in your quarters for the duration of our trip. See to it that we make haste for Kanto as quickly as possible. The master is waiting. Yes, sir, the captain nodded. Silver turned to leave when the captain put his hand on Silver's shoulder to stop him. Sorry, sir, but you must know. The package, she's awake. Silver slowly made his way through the dark and damp bowel of the ship, stopping momentarily at the entrance to the cargo hold. Whatever was about to happen, he had to hold his nerve. Opening the door, Silver was greeted with the foulest stench he had ever smelt. While he knew it wasn't from the package, the smell clearly overwhelmed his senses as he tried to pass crate after crate of decomposing fish. Clearly, the vessel had been on a fishing run when it was called into service. Silver, why have you come? The voice rang inside his own mind, sounding sickly like a witch. Why have you done this? We were once friends, were we not? We were, Silver replied through clenched teeth, his hand grasping his head as he tried to rid the creature from his mind. But you betrayed me. But I had to, the voice replied. When I discovered the truth about you, the truth about what you had planned to use me for, I couldn't help you. It was my mandate to protect life, and you intended to destroy it. Nonsense, Silver replied, finally coming into view of the creature inside its steel and glass containment. I never planned to destroy anything. But you did, the creature replied, turning its large yellow beak towards Silver as its black ringed, red eyes looked directly at his own. You work for Legion, an organization hell-bent on dismantling the laws set forth by Arceus himself. And that's only because the laws don't work. Ho-oh. Silver raised his hands exaggeratingly. Have a look. Every day atrocities are occurring. Not a day goes by where a Pokémon isn't tortured, or even killed. Or a day where a human isn't trampled on in another's lust for power. Thousands of years ago, our founder watched the atrocities caused by those Arceus allied himself with, and cried. So she made a choice to end those atrocities caused by both human and Pokémon alike, and free the world from the laws that oppressed it. But you and your fellow legendary Pokémon failed to see what it right in front of you. And what you are doing now is not an atrocity. Ho-Oh narrowed her eyes. Oh, the hypocrisy. The true hypocrisy is being the carer of both Pokémon and human alike, but turning a blind eye when they turn on each other. Silver reached into his pocket, pulling out a small device with a red button in the middle. Good night, Ho-Oh. As he pressed the button, electricity coursed through the container, knocking out the legendary Pokémon in seconds. With one quick glance back at his old friend, Silver cast his eyes downwards towards the device in his hand. The ends justify the means, he told himself. The sun rose over the horizon as they finally reached the port in Vermilion City. Having taken the necessary precautions, including sealing the Pokémon from view of the general public, Silver hoped that it wouldn't take them long to return home. Months had passed since he had last seen his family, and he couldn't wait to be greeted by his little girl. But as luck would have it, getting through the port's customs was a breeze, causing him to be ahead of schedule. Within hours he had reached their secret base, finally able to depart from their precious cargo as he was called for a meeting with the master. I take it that it went well, the master questioned. Yes, Silver nodded. We can begin right away. Good, the master smiled. A small amount of light flicked off blonde hair as the master moved forward. Then we shall have the scientists begin preliminary tests. We have to understand the Pokémon's DNA before we're able to clone her. Yes, Master, Silver nodded. Then it is settled. The Master rose from her seat, finally appearing from the shadows as she passed Silver. I have to return to my family so I don't arouse suspicion. I'm leaving you in charge of this operation. But, Hannah, Silver looked at the blonde-haired woman. It's been a long time. May I have a few days with my family? Very well. Hannah smiled, nodding in her agreement. Spend a week with Grace. I know she's been dying to see you. But the first day back I want you to lead this project, is that understood? Yes, ma'am, Silver smiled. And, Hannah, thank you. Anytime. Hannah nodded, leaving the room. 3 years passed, and with Red on his tail, Silver had to continue to move around, only overwatching the project during its key stages. But one day, a day that would forever be marred with death, he got the call he never wished for. Are you sure? Was all he could ask, his mouth agape as he drove along one of the many routes around Kanto. So the husband, is he dead? There was a brief pause before he finally got his answer. What do you mean? He's missing. No, what I'm worried about now is the children, are they safe? It wasn't the best reply, but it was better than he had expected. Okay, so they're with their grandmother, good. But he knew the day had changed everything. An unknown force appeared out of nowhere, killing thousands of Aura users with a few days. The Aura Guard were decimated, and Legion wasn't far better, the only advantage being that most of their people were kept hidden. But ultimately, they were hit hard, several of their hidden bases destroyed or ransacked, including the one he worked in. So, when he pulled up at the hidden base, he wasn't surprised to see Ho-Oh escape as the crumbling base fell apart in flames. But as the smoke cleared, the true impact of the attack was revealed. Everything was gone. All their research, all their tests had disappeared, save for a single journal. It looked old, very old, and Silver could tell it was important. What's this? He asked one of the surviving scientists as they surveyed the wreckage. That's Dr. Fuji's journal, the scientist explained. We were using his notes on the creation of Mewtwo, and we're adapting his experiment to our own. Why wouldn't they take this? I don't know, the scientist explained. But I guess it was because it had no relevance to cloning Ho-Oh since we were well advanced in our tests and didn't require the journal anymore. Really, it was only still here for sentimental value. Silver scanned the area thoughtfully. Perhaps there was a way they could use this journal, but he would have to get Hannah on his side if he was ever going to be able to do it. No. There was a long pause as the weight of Hannah's decision sunk in. But, Hannah, I've faced this creature several times over the last 3 years, and trust me, it'll be worth it, Silver pleaded. We don't have the resources, Silver, Hannah replied. I've ordered most of our fellow legionaries into hiding. Whoever attacked us has remained hidden for a long time, and I won't risk further exposure at a time like this. But I'm not talking about using our own staff, Silver replied. Hannah looked at him skeptically, confused. What do you mean? Who'd have the resources for such an endeavor? The one man who had been a scourge on this region for a very long time. Silver angrily looked to his side. He hated the idea, but it was the only one they had. You cannot be serious. Yes, I think it's time I called my father. The water, its movement as other Pokémon flowed by. Wait, I couldn't feel the sun through the top of the lake. Where was I? None of this felt the same and this water didn't feel right. It was cold, so cold and stale. Was that a dream? Possibly it was my imagination trying to conjure something to take me away from this stale water. Again my mind tried to remember. These memories, they didn't feel like they were mine. I could remember the Pokémon around me, the movement, and the flutter of the current as they traveled by, unperturbed by my presence. As I opened my eyes, they weren't there. I wasn't in a lake, or anywhere natural. I was stuck, trapped inside some glass tube, with water all around me. Cables of some kind were attached to me all over my body, and I could feel the electrical pulses traveling through them as they entered my body. Suddenly, an alarm bleached around me, echoing through the room where my glass tube was held. My observation brought me to realize I wasn't alone. These strange bipedal creatures ran around the room, some screaming nonsense as others turned towards me. Perhaps they were intrigued, but nothing about this felt right. Doctor, look at this, I heard one of the female creatures say. What is it? A male questioned, rushing up to the female to study her data. It's brainwaves, they're surging, the female replied. Was she talking about me? Was I something to study? A creature designed for these creatures' own curiosity. Again, my mind jumped back to the lake. The beautiful, icy, mountaintop overlooking nature's creation. Those voices, they didn't belong there, though. Where am I? I suddenly felt a surge of energy rush through me, and I knew I had to escape. Those creatures, they were outside, where I must be. I formed a pulse of energy, shattering the glass tube with ease as the cables attached to my body fell away, dangling in midair. I could feel the stale air around me, nothing like the air around the lake that I remembered. But they weren't my memories. Again a flash appeared, a small creature, but I couldn't make it out as my mind was brought back to this room. Radio Giovanni's helicopter. Tell him what's happened, someone yelled as most of the creatures came to a halt. Quiet, the one I assumed was the leader said. Let us hear its psychic powers. Psychic powers? I questioned, realizing I couldn't talk like they could. For years we struggled to successfully clone a Pokémon to prove our theories, the man explained. But you're the first specimen to survive. He turned towards a plaque on the wall. Wait a minute. That was the creature. That was the creature from my dreams. That is Mew, the rarest of all Pokémon. From its DNA we created you, Mewtwo. Mewtwo, I repeated. So these memories, none of them were mine. Was I only a copy? Was I nothing but a shadow of this small creature? You are greater than Mew, the man explained. I hadn't realized I was still talking to them. You have been improved through the power of human ingenuity. We used the most advanced techniques to develop your awesome psychic powers. So, I am simply the end result of your experiment, I realized, disgusted. The thought of how I was created disgusted me. What becomes of me now that your experiment is over? Oh, our experiment isn't over yet, it's just beginning, the man explained, infuriating me further. Now the serious testing begins. These humans didn't care about me. I was only an instrument, a lab rat in their dire lust for true power. As anger began to take control of me, I looked down at my 3 knob fingers on my hands. Was this my purpose? Was I supposed to be a slave to humanity? A creature designed by greed, whose purpose was to suffer as my masters gained ultimate power? No, this cannot be my destiny. As psychic energy built up inside my body, I turned my anger on my creators. Other test tubes around the lab cracked, eventually exploding over the people around them. The humans tried to flee, but I wouldn't let them. My lust for vengeance, fueled by my anger, took control of me. The humans tried to fight back, they tried to stop me. But their puny machines were no match for my power. Within seconds, the lab was destroyed. Glass, metal, and the bodies of the human littered the floor, fire raging all around them. Finally, I turned my head towards the leader, whom I had kept alive. He was against the wall, seemingly accepting of his fate. As I cleared the flames around me to get a better look at him, I could sense the remorse in his heart. But it wasn't enough. I was slave to no one. We dreamed of creating the world's strongest Pokémon, he said in his final breaths. And we succeeded. I concentrated my energy again, forming a blue sphere around me. As my power grew, I expanded my sphere, eventually covering the entire base as it exploded in a massive fireball, killing any human that was still here. My power, it was my power had done all this. I knew now how strong I was, for I was the strongest Pokémon in the world. But as I wallowed over the destruction I had caused, I suddenly felt another presence. Looking up, I found myself face to face with a strange flying machine. But I couldn't destroy it, for all my anger had dissipated. I allowed the machine to land, intrigued by its arrival. A man appeared from the smoke, having exited the machine. He walked towards me calmly, showing only confidence. I couldn't sense any fear, and this intrigued me further. As the man drew near, I could see his brown-orange suit and his short brown hair. Those fools thought of you as a science experiment, he spoke. But I see you as a valuable partner. Partner. I narrowed my eyes at him, and yet I was still intrigued. He nodded, considering me his equal. But I knew he wasn't my equal, for I was far more powerful. And yet, his calmness surprised me. With your psychic powers, and my resources, together we can control the world, he said. I didn't know why I was listening to this man. I do not need your help for that, human, I replied. A wildfire destroys everything in its path, he retorted. It'll be the same with your powers, unless you learn to control them. I can help you do that. How? I questioned. Trust me, he continued. And I'll show you a way to focus your powers that will make you invincible. Show me, I answered, agreeing to his proposal. He smiled as I followed him back towards his flying machine. Perhaps this was a new start, a rebirth of sorts. No, that didn't make sense, for I was never born. Perhaps an alliance with Team Rocket wasn't a bad idea. They were training me, teaching me every aspect of my abilities. At first I'd thought it was trivial, but as I completed each new challenge, my abilities grew stronger and stronger. I was far more powerful than I'd ever imagined, maybe even stronger than Team Rocket predicted. My first test, creating a storm, was easy. With a simple flick of my wrist, the entire coastline around Vermilion City was swarmed by swirling waves and torrential rain. But maybe it was the little bit of Mew in me that made me stop. Having sensed their presence, a ship in the ocean carrying hundreds of people, my body fought against myself, making me stop before the storm grew too strong. But the damage had been done. The ship had capsized. "Why'd you stop?" one of the scientists asked me, taking a step closer as he monitored my vitals. I gave no attention to him, lowering my body to the ground. I looked up, focusing my eyes on the night sky as the clouds I had created began to recede. Out there was the world, the universe, and here I was, playing along with Team Rocket's little game. "Why'd you stop?" the scientist asked again, taking another step forward. I quickly looked at him, sending him a death glare through my glowing eyes. Surely that would scare him. Predictably, he took a step back. "I'm tired," I lied, but it was the only thing I could think of. Then why didn't you just say that?" he replied, readjusting his almost cliché-like gold-rimmed glasses. "I do not answer to you," I threatened, rising to my feet. "No." Giovanni's voice boomed over the top of everyone. "No, you do not answer to them, but you do to me. We are partners," I retorted. "I am not your slave." "No, you are not," he agreed. "But unless you want to unlock all of your abilities, I suggest you follow my instruction." Fool. But he did have a point. I had no idea of what I was capable of. "And I have," I replied. "I made your stupid storm like you'd asked. What more do you want from me?" "But why did you stop?" he asked, reiterating the scientist before him. "None of your readings suggested you were tiring. In fact, it looked like you stopped in your own. Now, what would make you do such a thing?" I paused. I had to come up with something. I couldn't let them know the truth. I grew tired of this simple test. Nothing you make me do will ever be a challenge for me. There isn't a Pokémon that is strong enough to defeat me. "Oh, really?" Giovanni raised one of his eyebrows. "Very well. If you do not believe I am truly testing you, then I will just have to show you." He turned towards the crew. "Pack up. We need to move from here. I want all this equipment at my gym by morning." He looked back at me. "I have something special in mind for you." Staring down the battlefield of Giovanni's gym, I found myself repulsed by the over-decor of the entire place. Clearly he had gone out of his way to design the place on the culture of ancient humans, like he was some emperor of an old kingdom. It made sense really. He did see himself as a ruler, even though he never would be. "Why am I here?" I asked, turning back towards the balcony that rose above the battlefield. "What is the point of this?" "I'm teaching you a lesson," Giovanni replied, leaning over the banister as he looked down at me. "And what lesson would that be?" I asked, suddenly feeling the presence of another as he appeared on the other side of the battlefield. I looked at him, his red hair glowing in contrast to the dull, rough, black top hat he wore. His black trench coat and gray, almost silver, well-pressed shirt hid his key features from me, with his nicely pressed black sweat pants finishing off his well-mannered appearance. And yet, even with his attempt to hide his face with the hat, I couldn't help but feel that he looked familiar. "Mewtwo," Giovanni spoke. "May I introduce you to my son, Silver?" And there it was, the missing link. Ignoring the red hair, if you looked closely you could clearly see the key features that were similar to Giovanni. But ignoring the new fact, if you'd paid close enough attention, you would clearly notice him flinch at the word son. Clearly there was hatred in his eyes, and it was all directed towards his father. Good to know, perhaps I could use it later. He, Giovanni continued, is here to test your strength against one of his strongest Pokémon. What could he have that is even remotely a match for me? This, Silver replied, launching a Pokeball into the air. In a flash of light, I witnessed a Pokémon appear that I had never seen before. I couldn't recognize it from any of Mew's memories I had, nor was it similar to any of the Pokémon I'd encountered since my escape from the glass tube they kept me in. What is this? I demanded. They had no right to deceive me. What were they hiding? This, Silver replied, gesturing his hand towards the hulking, bipedal dinosaurian-like Pokémon with a green, Amur-like hide. Is my Tyranitar. He's strong, agile, and has been waiting for an opportunity to fight you. Tyran. The Pokémon agreed, smashing its two hands together, causing its claws to clang. I tried, but I couldn't read its mind. It was as if something was blocking me, for every time I tried, all I received was static. Well, are you up to it? Giovanni asked. I turned back towards the balcony, my eyes staring straight up into his as I gave him my answer. Yes. Pain immediately shot through my neck as I was slammed against the balcony wall. Standing back up, I glared at the Pokémon as the energy from its attack dissipated. How dare you? This isn't a league battle, Silver replied, smirking. There are no rules here. Very well, I replied, moving my right hand behind me back. Then take this. I thrusted my arm forward, launching a beam of multicolored energy. But the Tyranitar didn't move, and nor did his master give him a command, leaving me in stunned silence as my attack simply bounced to the Pokémon, leaving it unaffected. How? I questioned. There are many things you still don't know about this world, Silver explained. Such as type advantage. You see, that Psybeam you just launched had no effect on my Pokémon because he is a dark type, leaving him immune to any psychic type attacks. Then how do I defeat him? Silver smirked. That's for you to find out. You're supposed to be the most powerful Pokémon of all, right? Damn right, I thought, launching at the Pokémon. The Tyranitar simply stepped aside, following the orders of its master wordlessly, as it charged up an attack. Quickly realizing I'd drawn too close, I teleported away, only to have the Pokémon somehow follow me through my teleport and hit me with the attack. Dazed, I fell towards the ground, only stopping myself a few feet from the surface. Come on, Mewtwo, Giovanni urged. You can do better than that. My anger was getting the better of me, and I suddenly felt a power I'd never felt before well up deep inside of me. Without thinking, acting on an instinct as if I'd done it 1,000 times, I threw my arm forward once again. A blue sphere of energy formed at the tips of my three-pronged hand, and before I knew it, I'd launched the attack at the Tyranitar who was still falling towards the ground. Bang! A massive explosion occurred in midair as my strange attack collided with Tyranitar. The light from the explosion blinded all of us as the Pokémon continued to fall. Thud! The Pokémon hit the ground hard, and as the dust settled, it was easy to tell that I'd won. Tyranitar was unconscious. In silence, Silver returned his Pokémon, looking towards me one last time before turning his attention towards his father. They were scared. Scared of me, scared of what I could do. They tried to hide it, but even without my psychic abilities, I knew, their eyes told me everything. Finally, the day had arrived. Today would be my first mission for Team Rocket, and it was quite a simple one. All I had to do was steal a Pokémon egg from a simple collector and I would be on my way. I was excited, and I was also nervous, but that failed in comparison to the relief I felt at finally being able to repay my debt to Giovanni. This agreement wasn't a one-way street. He wasn't there only to help me learn, I had to do things for him as well. But the mission was also twofold. While Giovanni thought I was helping him, I was also doing this for myself. Inside the confines of Team Rocket, I was restricted to the information of the outside world. Even the grunts, scientists, and officers I was constantly with held little to no information inside their minds. It was as if Team Rocket didn't want me to know anything about the constant affairs of this planet, but now was my time to find the truth. Arriving outside the grounds of a large mansion, my handler, George, stood silently. "About time you arrived," he croaked, crossing his arms disapprovingly. "What did you do? Take the scenic route?" "Why, yes," I abruptly replied. "The olive trees are lovely this time of year." Sarcasm, a thing I had learned from him. Over the past 3 weeks, he became one of the only people I could talk to. He was there everywhere I went, clearly keeping tabs on me under the position of handler, a word I felt undermined my abilities. I didn't need to be handled. What kind of stupid idea was that? Well, whatever. His scruffy, older voice was laced with venom. Clearly, he did not like me. "Now that you're here, we can get on with this mission." "That is why I'm here," I added, clearly annoying him. "So, how do you want to do this?" "Firstly, we don't need you," he quickly replied. "Secondly, I don't care how powerful you are. While we're on mission, you will show me respect as your superior. And finally, you're only here because Giovanni wants to see how you'll go in the field. I didn't want you here, and I still don't, but while we're both stuck in this predicament, you'll shut up and do as you're told." "Yes, sir," I mock saluted, bringing my three-knobbed hand to my head in a half-hearted way. Now, as far as we can tell, only the collector and his wife are currently home, so stealing the Pokémon egg won't be a problem. He directed the rest to the team, pulling out a schematic of the building. If we're correct, the egg is located in the far west wing of the building. Team 1 will enter through. Enough of this. All this planning wouldn't work. They simply were taking too long. So, using my abilities, I teleported. "Hey! Wait!" George screamed. Too late. I was gone. The inside of the mansion was exquisite. The walls were decorated with artwork, ancient statues, and gold lace that would even bring a tear to Giovanni's eyes. But to me it was nothing more than trash. Gold, silver, money, none of it mattered to me. Wandering down the hall, past all the decorations, I failed to find the Pokémon egg. Clearly, George and his team had gotten it wrong, which didn't surprise me. Hearing the voices of the collector and his wife, I made my way further into the mansion. Finding them in one of the larger rooms, I listened to them through the open door, only to learn that what I sought was with them. "Why do you insist on looking after that thing?" the wife asked, her auburn hair hanging just past her shoulders. "I already told you," the collector replied. "He said it was rare." "Oh, yes," the wife exclaimed, raising her hands for dramatic effect. "A promise with an old fool from a faraway land that probably doesn't even exist. How do you even know that egg is special?" The collector sighed. "I just do." He knew who I was. He begged me to take the egg, he stressed how important it was. "I made a promise, and I intend to keep it." "Fine," But if that thing turns out to be nothing more than a Magikarp, then you'll be sleeping on the couch. Quickly teleporting out of the corridor, I peered around a corner as the wife made her exit. She was old, possibly in her 60s, and the scowl on her face showed her disapproval. It didn't matter to me though. I only had one objective, and I would complete it. Raising my three-pronged hand, I knocked out the woman, watching her body fall limp on the velvet floor with a thud. Jean, the collector questioned, rushing to find where the sound came from. Jean, he questioned again, this time more desperately as he found his wife on the ground. He shook her, hoping to wake her, but it wouldn't work. I had ensured it. Looking around, his eyes fell on me for only a second as I used my abilities to knock him out, his body falling on top of his wife's. Stepping past them, I made my way into the room. There it was, the objective, a small Pokémon egg with red and blue triangles over it. Using my hands, I raised the egg from its incubator. Studying it, I found it quite surprising as the triangles on the egg lit up with each touch, but couldn't figure out why. The token holders, the guardians of the Arceus. Ah, that voice, it sounded familiar. I let go of the egg in a moment of intense pain, my hands reaching for my head as the egg fell to the ground, somehow remaining unharmed. Flashes, images, appeared in my mind. They were of the past, but not my past, something else's. I stumbled as the images came faster and faster, each an image of a Pokémon, a mountain range, a forest, a lake, anything, everything. Stop! I screamed, only to be met with more images. If one shall fall, another shall take its place. Stop! I tried again. The pain, it was unbearable. The voice, it wouldn't stop. The cycle is never ending. The cycle will continue, until the day Arceus D. Stop. I finally cracked, unleashing a powerful wave of energy, shattering the house around me. I felt like breathing, but I had lost control of myself. Suddenly, I felt my body lift off the ground as I flew away, as far away as I could from that place, that egg. Ah! My body ached from pain I didn't know how I'd received. With blurry vision, I tried to move my arms and survey my injuries, realizing my arms and legs were bonded to the bed I was on. Struggling, they wouldn't budge from my movements, and none of my powers could release me. I quickly shifted my attention to my location. No longer was I flying above the forests of Kanto, but instead found myself in a small boxed room. The walls were pristine, the white tiles glistening in the artificial light from the ceiling above. Medical equipment beeped and bopped around me, taking different readings from my body that I didn't care about. Simply, I was trapped. I didn't know where I was, or what I was doing here. Try not to move, I heard, but I couldn't see where it came from. I tried reaching out with my mind, but I couldn't sense anything. Not only were my physical powers weakened, but my mental ones as well. Why am I tied up? I demanded, angrily. I was in a perilous position, and I was weak. They had the upper hand, but I wouldn't let them know that. You need to calm down, George replied, my body shifting, my eyes staring as he finally appeared in my field of vision. You're only strapped down for your own safety. His features shifted slightly when he saw my reaction. Clearly I was angry. I wasn't captured by an unknown enemy. I was being held by my so-called ally. My safety? I questioned. More like your own. Every cell in my body wanted rip his head from his body for this treachery. Giovanni would be next. I can assure you, Giovanni's cold voice echoed from the entrance to the room. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, or in this case think. This was done with only your best interest at heart. Sure, I sarcastically replied, laying my head back down on the steel bed, staring at the lights below the dark ceiling. Tell me, Giovanni added, ignoring my jibe. What is the last thing you remember? Flying through the air above one of the forests of Kanto, I replied. So that's the last thing you remember? He rhetorically asked, wandering around my bed. Now let me tell you what really happened. His voice was angry, seething with rage, as he leaned over my bed. You destroyed the mansion. You, fucking, killed the collector and his wife, drawing unwanted attention to us. But, he seemed to calm for a second. You didn't stop there. Oh, no, you had to go and ruin everything. You lost the fucking egg. How dare you talk to me like that? I yelled back as I tried to grab him with my powers. Oh, trying to strangle me are you? Giovanni leaned back, unfazed. You see, you've been unconscious for quite a while, over a week in fact, and we used the time to figure out how to weaken your powers. You see these tubes? He pointed to a long green tube coming from one of the machines and traveling underneath the bed. They're running into your spine, where they're injecting you with a substance that weakens your abilities. Why? I questioned, confused. Why would they betray me? Especially after all I had done. Perhaps they wanted to control me, permanently. Perhaps I was their slave after all. You were out of control, Giovanni explained, my head shifting in confusion. When we found you in Viridian Forest, you were unconscious. We tried to help you, but your powers were out of control. We were barely able to reach you, and if it wasn't for some of George's Pokémon, we wouldn't have been able to. What do you mean? This intrigued me, it had never happened before. Or perhaps it did. The day I was born. It made sense now, I couldn't control myself that day. But this was only hypothetical, anything could have caused that day. We managed to get you back here, but even then your powers were out of control, so we did the only thing possible. We put you into an induced coma as we tried to find a way to dampen your powers. I chose to ignore him after that. Lost too far in my thoughts, the memory of the events that led me here clouded my mind. The voice I'd heard, it wasn't mine. I had no idea where it came from. Perhaps it was a memory. I'd been told that could have been a residual effect of the cloning process. The only other time it had happened was when I awoke, but that was weeks ago. Why was I feeling these effects? Was there any way to stop them? These questions plagued me throughout the night, long after Giovanni and George had left. I was alone now. Alone with my thoughts, and they all turned to question every action I'd taken to this point. I was young, I am young, and yet I have the judgment of fully grown adult. I'd never gone through the life experiences of other Pokémon, but I was meant to make choices far more dire and important than most would ever dream. I was created by madmen, men on a quest for ultimate power, and yet they had none of it, and I had it all. Why then, had I decided to join Team Rocket, become their instrument of will? They'd use me and discard me like a common rat if they could, the beeping of the devices around me a constant reminder of the fact. Perhaps it was my naivety that led me to join them, my lack of knowledge of the world. Or perhaps I was scared, deep down I feared what I did not know. But most of that had changed. I now knew how the world worked, who had the power. Giovanni, Team Rocket, they were nothing. They were lackeys, instruments to be used by others. And although they thought they were strong, they weren't. They were only as strong as the funding they received from those that hired them. It was in that moment that I came to the realization, If Team Rocket were not the masters they claimed to be, then shouldn't be the masters of me. I would be my own master. I would make my own decisions, and one day everyone would bow down to me. What is this? I questioned. I had awoken in a different room. I was no longer on the table, and yet I still couldn't move. My body was held upright by clamps as pieces of metal machinery moved around me, placing different devices on my body. My wrists were covered by some gray mechanical armor that restricted their movement. On my shoulders they placed similar armor, but these connected my breast and back plates, holding a kind of fluid injection system that punctured my spinal column in 3 places. This is for your own protection, Giovanni explained. It's a portable injection system similar to the one you saw yesterday when you woke up on the table. The fluid wasn't flowing into my body, but I still felt like I was becoming a slave in this thing. Then why the wrists and ankles? I asked, pointing to the 2 pieces of armor near my feet. They are to help you focus your abilities, he explained. And this? He pointed towards the helmet that was lowering towards my head. Will monitor your vitals. Make sure you don't explode like you did. As the helmet lowered onto my head, I watched as a screen appeared on the inside of the glass. A HUD, Giovanni called. When your powers grow out of control, he explained. The suite will pick it up and inject some of the fluid into your spine, lowering your power levels. I turned my head toward Giovanni, searching his eyes. He knew exactly how I was looking at him, how I felt about this, and never reacted. His face looked as cool and calm as ever. Only when Silver entered the room did I finally look away from him. And what do you think? I questioned. I would rather not have things this way, Silver replied. I believed him. He truly didn't want me in this amour. But until we know what's causing your powers to fluctuate, this is the best course of action. The sincerity and concern in his voice made me feel something I'd never felt before. Perhaps I won't make him suffer. I'll make sure he dies quickly. I hated this stupid suit of armor. It felt weird, but I knew I had to buy my time until I could escape. If I suddenly disappeared, they could easily track me down. No, I had to make sure they had no way of finding me, no information that could lead them to where I was. A little mind wipe here, lost information there. I had to be subtle. If they found out I was planning to leave, it would surely be the end of it. And so, as time went on, the day drew closer to when I would finally be free. I had to, however, keep up appearances, which is how I found myself inside the headquarters of the large manufacturing company known as Sylph Co. Team Rocket had a plan to steal a very valuable piece of technology for one of their experiments, and they wanted me to do it. It was a very simple operation, like the one with the egg. All I had to do was teleport in, grab the piece of tech, and teleport out. Sounds simple, doesn't it? I wish it were so. Sylph Co., in all its glorious wisdom, had set up a psychic barrier, preventing any Pokémon, including me, from teleporting in. Team Rocket didn't know about the barrier, which is why I was stuck in here. When I was found, I had tried to teleport away, only to discover that the psychic barrier had shrunk around me. It was strong, but not unbeatable. I just had to keep trying to break free. Bang! Bang! Smash! My psychic powers were slowly weakening it, but by the time it was nearly gone, security arrived. I couldn't use my psychic powers through the barrier, so I couldn't use the guards to release me. I could only try to free myself. Mewtwo! I heard one of the guards yell. I wouldn't bother. You won't break free. I turned my head towards them, only to find that the one who had spoken to me wasn't a guard. He was a plain white suit with a nice screw tie. He didn't appear to be just another employee, he was someone important. And what do you know of my powers? I questioned. Better yet, how do you even know what I am? This is not the first time we've encountered a Mewtwo. My eyes widened. Another Mewtwo. How? Where? When? Many questions flew through my mind in an instant, but one kept emerging. Why? Why wasn't I told about the other? Another. The question left me before I could stop myself. Yes, the man replied. He directed his attention towards the guards, ordering them to move me to a more secure location. They may have encountered another Mewtwo, but wasn't about to allow them to use Mew. Bang! Bang! Crack! My powers shattered to psychic barrier, surprising all those in the room. Racing towards their boss, I placed my hands around his head, learning everything I could about this other Mewtwo. Kill him! Kill him! He knows too much. The voice in my head pleaded for this man to die, but I wouldn't do it. He wasn't a threat to me, at least not yet anyway. And as I gleaned every bit of information from this man, I learned the location of the piece of tech Team Rocket were after, a gene splicer, they called. In an instant, I was gone, the gene splicer with me, and the truth that wasn't the only Mewtwo. By the time I had returned from the mission, many questions still raced in my mind about the other Mewtwo. The man may have known about me, about my abilities, but the information he had on the other Mewtwo was sketchy at best. Most of it was hypothesis, with a little information tied in. He knew about another Mewtwo that was created almost 50 years ago by a very intelligent scientist by the name of Mr. Fuji, and nothing else. No knowledge of its whereabouts, or if it was even still alive. Mewtwo. George grunted. Is that the gene splicer? Yes, I simply replied, handing the device over. Good. He smirked. Grabbing the device, he inspected every corner of it. It was quite a simple thing. It had 2 slots on either side of the device where DNA samples could be added, and 1 large slot in the middle where the combined samples would finish up. I had no idea what Team Rocket needed it for, but if they were distracted, it was fine by me. Sir? A simple grunt questioned, arriving through the only door in the room. You called me here? Yes. George nodded. Status on Lavender Town. Mission was a complete failure. Sir, the grunt replied. None of the targets were captured. It appears that interference from the locals is the reason. Understood. George said. Please make sure this reaches Dr. Zastro, quickly. He handed the device to the grunt, keeping a calm demeanor. But I knew better. I knew he was seething on the inside. He hated failure, loathed it, and I was sure he would be having a quiet chat with Giovanni later. Yes, sir. The grunt nodded, taking the device and disappearing as quickly as he had arrived. Fool. George mumbled. What was that? I asked. Nothing. George waved his hand dismissively. I have to go talk to Giovanni, you're dismissed. He disappeared through the same door as the grunt. Following him secretly, I learned what the mission was about when I overheard him talking to Giovanni. It was quite a simple mission, steal Pokémon from a small town, and yet it had failed. It appeared that the leaders of the raid failed to make sure that all the locals were captured, and that some of them had managed to retaliate, releasing all the ghost-type Pokémon they had captured. I smiled when I learned that their intended target was ghost-type Pokémon. Why else would they have tried to capture them if it wasn't to use against me? They were worried they would lose control, and they were right, but they were wrong on one thing. They had already lost control. Weeks passed before I was sent out on another mission, this one of utmost importance to Giovanni. Arriving in the middle of the day, I found myself just outside a large wide expanse known as the Safari Zone. I was to be a part of a small strike force led by one of Team Rocket's most deadly and most successful leaders, Dark Sunflower. Her true name was hidden, and even I knew not to go against her orders. She was one of only a few members of Team Rocket that I respected, George being another, for they were ruthless in their endeavors, and always got the job done, no matter what. So, when I saw her in her yellow blouse and black jacket and skirt, I wasn't at all surprised by her greeting. Welcome, Mewtwo. It was so calm, so uninterested in my arrival. While other members from the strike group looked at me with fear, she looked at me with annoyance, as if she didn't want me there at all, as if I was somehow a hindrance for her entire operation. It's good to be here, I replied. I kept to myself after that, remaining silent until the operation was underway, and unsurprisingly, the start to the mission didn't go according to plan. Several charges had been placed in the Safari Zone, all designed to go off in a sequence to try and lure the Pokémon to the south, directly towards us. But instead, the charges went off randomly, scattering the Pokémon in every direction. Somehow, the small team I was assigned to had ran into a stampeding herd of Tauros, my psychic powers making quick work of them as the rest of the team threw Pokeballs at them. With the Pokémon caught, Dark Sunflower ordered us to move towards the northern end of the Safari Zone. Several Pokémon had ended up there, so that was where we were heading. I arrived quietly, remaining hidden as Dark Sunflower moved to confront a group of people trying to protect the Pokémon. They were kids, most of them, but one of them was quite old, and he appeared to have firearms with him. Before Dark Sunflower made her appearance, she ordered me to lift all the Pokémon into the air. I watched as my powers formed a blue hue around every Pokémon in the area, lifting them off the ground as the group of people tried to stop them. One of the kids, a young boy with short black hair, tried to reach for his Pokémon, a Pikachu. It'll be all right, Pikachu. He tried to comfort his Pokémon. Yes, Pikachu. Dark Sunflower's menacing voice beamed as she made her entrance. Everything is going to be okay. Team Rocket. The boy angrily yelled. Let my Pikachu go. I don't think so. Dark Sunflower evilly smiled. Let the Pokémon go, the older man threatened, holding up his two revolvers. I won't hesitate to shoot you. I was about to make the guns disappear when Dark Sunflower signaled me not to, telling me subtly to wait. But how will you do that without any guns? Dark Sunflower questioned. Bam! I teleported in a flash, making his guns disappear at the same time. What did you do? The older man gasped. My friend here just made them disappear, Dark Sunflower responded, sounding like an innocent little girl. Her sudden uncharacteristically changing of her voice interested me. Human emotions were so weird. What's that? The boy exclaimed, pulling out some sort of device. I'd only managed to make out its red color in the fading light of the sun. He pointed it towards me, only to grow frustrated when it couldn't tell him anything about me. His curiosity surprised me. Here was a kid, who looked to be no older than 10 or 11, and he was trying to do things adults would normally do. He'd tried to protect the Pokémon from a criminal organization he shouldn't have been even worrying about. In fact, with my appearance, he should have been trying to save himself, but instead he was only ever worried about his Pokémon. The boy is special. We should keep an eye on him. I tried to ignore the voice in my head, but it was right, the boy was special. Shut up, kid. Dark Sunflower growled, interrupting my thoughts. Now we shall take your Pokémon. She nodded towards me. What? The boy exclaimed, watching I raised my hand. No. He yelled as I teleported away, taking all the Pokémon and Team Rocket as well. I watched as the Pokémon were loaded onto several trucks, all placed in cages for transport, waiting for the opportunity to inform Dark Sunflower of my impending departure. But I had to wait as she scolded two idiots and their weird talking Meowth. They were the ones who had placed the bombs. Clearly they were as stupid as they looked. Finally, when she had finished yelling at them, and somehow given them orders, it was my time to approach. As I teleported next to her, I caught the last bits of her little taunt with the boy's Pikachu. The Pokémon was strong-willed. It wouldn't give up, no matter how bad the situation looked, something he must have gotten from his trainer. It is done. I will now return to Giovanni, I explained. Very well, she replied. You have done well, Mewtwo. Giovanni will be pleased. Now go. I was about to leave when I suddenly felt the presence of a young girl in the forest. Turning my head, I looked straight at her, noticing her strong Jolteon next to her. She wasn't a threat to me, and I didn't care what she did to Team Rocket, so I ignored her presence, teleporting away. This is outrageous. I smashed the table I was lying on several weeks ago, launching straight into the wall. George came running in, narrowly missing the table as it flew past him. What's going on? He questioned. Quickly, I flew towards him, grabbing him by the neck as I raised him up. What's going on? I was clearly angry. Why didn't you tell me about Mew? What are you talking about? He asked. You know damn well, I replied, throwing him against the wall, right next to the broken table. His body hit with a thud as he groaned from the pain. He slid to the ground, his mind in shock as he pulled out a strange device. With a press of a button, I felt my body be injected with the power-inhibiting fluid. Ah! I growled in anger, raising me hands into the air before smashing the arm and ankle braces. I've had enough of the lies. I used the last of my power to shatter the chest piece as Giovanni ran in. Mewtwo, what are you doing? He growled. Why wouldn't you tell me you had Mew? I could. That was none of your business. Giovanni replied. He shouldn't have said that. In a flash, I grabbed him by the neck, raising him in a similar fashion to George earlier. Anything related to Mew is my business. The only business is revenge. I shook my head as I took off the headpiece, discarding it on the ground. Mewtwo, don't do this, Giovanni gasped. You're losing control. No. My voice echoed inside every mind in the facility. You are the one who is losing control. You talk of the power of Team Rocket, and yet you have none. You claim to dream of a world that you rule, but let me tell you something. This is not your world, it is mine. I am the one with the power, and I will show you what I can do. I threw him next George. Turning away, I used my powers to shatter the roof. I was about to leave, but I quickly turned my head back towards Giovanni. By the end of this, you will be the one kneeling before me. With my final words, I flew away, leaving Team Rocket forever. Cold. So, very cold. Finding yourself in one of the harshest environments on the planet didn't sound like a great plan, but it was the only place I could hide. For weeks, I planned my escape, realizing that the only place Team Rocket wouldn't be able to reach me was at the peak of the tallest mountain in the regions of Kanto and Johto. Mount Silver, the humans called it. The irony being that up here it wasn't silver, it was white as a sheet. Yes, the rock may have been gray, but that was easily covered by the thick blanket of snow. While it was freezing, it was truly the wind that was affecting me the most. Several times I felt myself weakened by its power, only to hide inside one of the few caves near the peak. And while the environment made itself clear that it didn't want me here, the local Pokémon weren't as friendly either. I had already been attacked several times, but I clearly showed my dominance. However, they were no pushovers either. It didn't surprise me that the area was far less traveled by humans than one would expect. A lot of strong trainers would jump at the chance to capture some of these Pokémon, but the blistering cold probably discouraged them. With no contact from humans, and the harsh environment, these Pokémon had grown strong with their fight for survival. Every scrap of food always involved 2 or 3 Pokémon fighting over it. I'd even come to understand how vicious, how animalistic Pokémon really were. While it was rarely seen in civilization, Pokémon did in fact eat each other. It made sense though. How else would they get the sustenance to survive in such an environment? I too had to eat. It may have seemed barbaric to kill another Pokémon, but I saw it as nature, as I myself was part of a much larger food chain. However, I was at the top. Nature was set up so that we would need to consume to survive. Nature created its hierarchy, with the strong ever growing, and the weak forever perishing. I shook my head. The voices were becoming more frequent. Ever since I'd found that egg, it hasn't gone away. My stay on Mount Silver didn't last long, however, as less than a week after I'd arrived, I encountered something I didn't expect. A legendary Pokémon. It happened early in the morning. The sound of a large Pokémon landing awoke me from my sleep. Stumbling out of my cave, I investigated the noise, realizing I wasn't alone. Remaining hidden, I watched as the large dragon-like Pokémon, that also had distinctly bird-like features, perch itself on one of the large rock pillars near the peak of the mountain. Its pale silver-white feathers blended with the snow around it, and it wasn't for its light blue underbelly, you wouldn't even know it was there. Lugia, the beast of the seas. I contemplated whether I should approach it, deciding to wait. My suspicions were proved correct, however, when a black mist suddenly appeared near the pillar. Appearing from it, a black shadow-like Pokémon with a ghostly plum billowing from its head. Why have I been summoned? The strange black Pokémon questioned, clearly annoyed. Mew has been located, the bird-like Pokémon replied. Mew. Mew. They knew where Mew was. With intrigue, I moved closer. We have reason to believe she is currently with Arceus champion. But why call me here? The dark Pokémon added. She can do what she wants. You don't need me to babysit her, she's not a baby. Quiet. The bird-like Pokémon scolded. You have a history with her. And besides, we have a mission of urgent importance. You know damn well what I gave up for her. The dark Pokémon retaliated. It almost seemed like they were about to fight, but perhaps this was the way legendary Pokémon spoke to each other. And I don't see what's so important you had to call me here all the way from Shin. Agamemnon. The bird-like Pokémon interrupted, silencing the dark Pokémon completely. No. They can't know. What about him? He's dead. Been so for a long time. The dark Pokémon continued. You and I both know he is not to be underestimated, the bird-like Pokémon replied. His spirit has disappeared. Arceus wants you and Mew to investigate. Fine. The dark Pokémon shrugged. I'll do it. Just tell me where she is. She'll be on Cinnabar Island. If you hurry, you'll catch them before they leave. The dark shadow-like Pokémon disappeared the same way it arrived, departing through a black veil of mist. In my curiosity, I attempted to follow. No. We must attack Lugia. Kill him before he can get away. What? My body suddenly stopped heading towards the black mist, instead launching straight for the bird-like Pokémon. In a flash, the Pokémon was caught off guard as I launched powerful crescent blades of energy directly at it. Screeching, the Pokémon crashed into the rocks jutted in the mountainous terrain. Picking itself up, the Pokémon turned its head towards me, narrowing its eyes as it realized who I was. You. It spoke calmly through its telepathy. You will not get away with this. I had no idea what came over me to attack it, but I now had no other choice but to defend myself. As the Pokémon rose to its feet, clearly unfazed by my surprise attack, I prepared myself for another wave. However, caught off guard, I merely launched a beam of psychic energy at the Pokémon, blocking his surprisingly powerful beam on yellow energy he launched at me. As the dust settled from both our attacks, I quickly made my move. Flying close to it, I grabbed the Pokémon by the wings with me psychic powers, flying us up high above the peak of Mount Silver. It appeared it needed recovery time after launching its attack, and that gave me the perfect opportunity. As we rose high, I suddenly felt the air grow incredibly thin, even thinner than what it was near the peak of the mountain. Knowing that I couldn't go any higher, I did what I had planned. I threw the Pokémon, slamming it down towards the mountain at breakneck speed. The bird-like Pokémon didn't even have time to react as its body smashed into the peak, lowering the height of the mountain by a few meters. As I lowered myself towards the peak, I noticed the aftermath of our battle. The bird-like Pokémon lied on the ground near my cave, barely conscious. I planned to move closer, when the Pokémon suddenly let out a deafening screech that probably be heard for hundreds of kilometers. Suddenly, as if they were there all along, several bird-like Pokémon of ice, fire, and electric appeared around the Pokémon. They appeared concerned, using their clawed feet to pick up the half-conscious Pokémon. I attempted to follow, but mysteriously as they appeared, they disappeared, the silver-white Pokémon with them. It was then that I realized they were also legendary Pokémon, and they had come to its aid. It wasn't just humans against me, it was Pokémon as well. I was alone. And if no one accepted me, I would make a world of my own. Soon this wood will be mine. I needed help. The truth was that even though I was incredibly powerful and reasonably intelligent, I had no idea how I was created, let alone how to clone another Pokémon. I knew it had something to DNA, as they had been explained to me at my awakening, but Team Rocket had been very clever to keep the rest of the information from me. One piece of information they'd let slip, however, was the location of the base where they were studying Mew, the one place that possibly held the technology needed for cloning Pokémon. The base, known as Echo 9, had recently been taken over by the Pokémon G-Men, an organization created to dismantle of all criminal organizations. So, entering the base, I figured that I needed to steal the technology covertly. There was no need to reveal myself to another organization just yet. But this couldn't be possible. The base, it looked identical at every turn. The sleek white tiled wall blended with the shiny white marble floor. Each corridor held 3 doors, each leading to an eerily similar designed room. The place was like a maze. Everywhere you turned there was a dead end, and those 3 damn rooms. Everything's so damn clean, too clean. Not even my psychic powers could help me. While I usually could sense the area around me, it appeared that a psychic dampening field had been installed. Perhaps it was to make sure Mew didn't escape, or perhaps it was because they feared I would come for her. I didn't know. It still annoyed me though. For hours, I searched the base, swearing I'd searched the same rooms dozens of times. Luckily, I hadn't run into any G-men yet, but even I knew it would only be a matter of time. No other Team Rocket base I had ever been to looked like this one. Most didn't have the clean, sleek look, instead focusing on functionality over style. Most bases were covered in concrete and steel, gray and dull with no life at all. So, what made this base so special? But as luck would have it, I finally ran to a lone G-men patrolling the base. Turning the corner of one of the many white corridors, I met a G-men that had quite a peculiar trait. She wore a mask that covered half her face. Shocked, she tried to reach for one of her Pokeballs, stopping as my psychic powers wrapped around her. Shish. I raised one of my 3 knobbed fingers, waving it side to side. There's no need for that. What do you want? She questioned, still struggling to reach for her Pokémon. I wandered towards her, placing my 3-pronged hands on either side of her head. You. In an instant, I knew everything. I knew every inch of this base, I knew where the technology and machinery were, and most of all, I knew where the scientists had been taken. Releasing my hands, she seemed to relax, and yet her eyes remained this weird dark blue, purple, color. I figured it was a side effect of my control over her. What do you wish for me to do, sir? She seemed hollow. She wouldn't be a good spy without her personality. Return to your post, I explained. Await my instructions. Tell no one of my presence. And blend in, you're useless if they easily detect you're under my control. She narrowed her eyes at me, her mask covering a slight change in her facial movement. She seemed angry, arrogant even. Yes, sir. She saluted me, disappearing down the corridor, following her post, leaving me to steal the necessary technology. Having the technology to create clones was great, but it was useless without the expertise to use it. Realizing I would need the scientists just as much as I needed the equipment, I headed to the G-Men prison located in Vermilion City. The place was heavily guarded, with 3 large guard towers surrounding the main complex, but their defenses were no match for my power. In a matter of seconds, I'd deactivated the powerful electric grid around the prison. The security reacted quickly, alarms blaring because of my intrusion. Dozens of guards rushed out of the main complex, each accompanied by a Pokémon of their own. The Pokémon weren't even a match, the guards retreating after I'd taken care of their Pokémon. Weak, pitiful creatures. I shook my head. The voices grew more and more annoying by the day. Making my way inside, I quickly found the cells that housed the members of Team Rocket. Surprised by my arrival, their leader, Dr. Zastro, had initially believed that Giovanni had come to rescue them. Mewtwo? Zastro questioned, approaching the metal bars that surrounded the cells. I could sense he had a million questions flowing through his mind, but he briefly spoke. What are you doing here? Did Giovanni send you? No, I replied, surveying the scientists and grunts. They looked rattled. Perhaps they were scared that I was here to kill them. Giovanni had probably done something similar in the past. No loose ends. It's what he always said. I no longer work for Giovanni, I added, noticing their demeanor change. Then what are you doing here? Zastro asked, clearly speaking what everyone else was thinking. I'm here for you, I explained. I need your help. I plan to get revenge on those who have betrayed me, and you're the only one with the expertise to do it. I don't know, Zastro replied, trying my patience. He didn't have a choice. I think I'd wrath. I lunged my right arm forward, through the bars, grabbing his small frame by the neck. Lifting his body closer to the bars, I brought his face as close to my glowing eyes as possible. Scratching at my hand, he gasped for air, struggling to get any down his windpipe. I'm not giving you a choice. I spoke with the most menacing voice I could. I forced his eyes open, the fear fading to dullness as I took over his mind. When I'd fully taken control, I let him go, watching as he stood straight, looking right at me. I will join you. That's better. I nodded, glancing towards the rest of the scientists and grunts. They were scared, trying everything to back as far away from me as possible. I'll be needing you all as well. Cerulean Cave. This would be the new location of our operations. The place was isolated, quiet, and rarely visited, even though it was quite well known. From my understanding, the place was once the home of a powerful Pokémon years ago, and though it wasn't here now, I could still feel the impact it left on the place. When we arrived, I noticed the dreary prison clothing they were wearing. I knew they couldn't operate in them, so I teleported some leftover clothing from the Echo 9 base. A change of clothes is over there. I pointed to the boxes. Inside were simple white lab coats and the standard gray, Team Rocket uniform, only the red, R had been removed. Once they were changed, Dr. Zastro and his team immediately got to work, while I sent most of the grunts on guard duty. But keeping in mind what I needed, I gathered a few select grunts to follow me, for if we were to clone Pokémon, we would need Pokémon to begin with. Teleporting the group of grunts to the forest surrounding the Echo 9 base, I knew this was the perfect location to search for Pokémon. The place was abundant with life. The Pidgey and Spearow squawked in the tress, the vibration of the ground as Pokémon ran along. Yes, this would be the perfect location to capture Pokémon. Suddenly, I felt a large gush of wind blow past me, the power of it scaring the bird-like Pokémon as they flew away in every direction. The vibration on the ground ceased as a large orange Pokémon landed in front of us. The grunts moved in preparation, but I waved them back. I would be the first one to capture a Pokémon. Surveying my enemy, I was quite surprised by the span of its orange and teal wings. Its two horns on its head were also larger and longer than the ones found on a normal one. Its two large teeth, just below its large nostrils, jutted from its jaw menacingly. But the massive flame at the end of its tail clearly showed its power. Indeed, this was a powerful Charizard. Roar. It shot flames from its jaw into the air in a show of its dominance, revealing its cream-colored chest. But I wasn't one to fight fair. The moment it was distracted by its own show, I launched a beam of psychic energy straight at its chest. Bang! My attack hit the Pokémon point blank, shocking the Pokémon. But it didn't fall over, instead digging its claws into the ground as the force of my attack dragged the Pokémon along. As the dust settled, the results of my attack came into view. Instead of an unconscious Pokémon, I found myself being stared down by a clearly pissed off Charizard. Roar. It billowed again, flapping its wings frantically as it took flight, racing straight towards me. As it drew near, I was taken off guard by the sheer power of its own flamethrower, as my body was pushed along the surface of the ground. But as the flames dissipated, I was met with the full power of its glowing blue tail. Flying, my body smashed through several trees before coming to a stop on the last one, the outline of my body clearly indented into the tree. Removing myself from the tree, I stared at the Pokémon as it smugly smirked. This wasn't over yet. Grabbing one of the broken tree trunks, I smashed Charizard's body several times, causing it to groan in pain. But suddenly, it reached out with its two claws, halting my movements as we both held the trunk at either end. Flapping its wings, it flew into the air as I lost my grip. Suddenly, as it rose sharply, it turned towards the ground. Using all its strength, it threw the tree trunk towards me. But the Pokémon had no idea of my power, and in one foul swoop, I teleported to the Charizard, grabbing hold of it as I quickly teleported the Pokémon right in the path of the tree. I didn't have to wait. I knew I had one, so I landed prepared to capture it. Pokeball. I spoke calmly to one of the grunts, sticking out my right hand. But no one replied. Pokeball. I spoke more aggravatingly. Sorry, sir, one of the grunts finally replied. But we don't have any. You didn't give us any before we came here. A mere oversight I should have thought of. Fine. I groaned, teleporting the Charizard back to base. In an instant, the grunts and I were back there too, arriving as the scientists continued their work. Give me a Pokeball. Now. One of the scientists looked at me blankly before following my orders. Within a minute, he finally returned with an empty Pokeball, placing it in my hands. I've programmed this ball to you, sir. Whatever Pokémon you capture will be registered to you from now on. Thank you. I nodded, grasping the Pokeball as I looked at the unconscious Charizard on the ground. Throwing it, the ball hit Charizard on the head, surrounding it in red light as the ball flung open for a second to absorb the Pokémon, before closing again. It rocked once. It rocked twice. Don't people usually say, Pokeball go, when they throw one at a Pokémon? One of the grunts interrupted, earning an angry glare from me. Shut up. I quickly turned back towards the Pokeball, just narrowly witnessing the ding, as it indicated I had caught the Pokémon. My first Pokémon, and it was powerful. Indeed, powerful enough to be the first Pokémon cloned for my army. Weeks passed, the scientist growing closer to fully cloning the Charizard. I, however, found myself more interested in the capturing of Pokémon. It seemed that almost every day a new Pokémon would arrive. Annoyingly, though, sometimes we received Pokémon we had previously captured. I had tried explaining to my slaves that I needed different types of Pokémon. One Pokémon could create an army, two wouldn't make a difference. Yet, we still received them. Humans, the stupidest creatures on this planet. I hated using them. I would have rather gone alone, but I didn't have the time to do everything myself. Eventually I would be discovered, be it by man or Pokémon. I knew time was of the essence. So, I compromised, using these humans as slaves. How would one rule without those that bow at their feet? Everyone will bow before me. Again. Excuse me, sir. It was Zastro. I hadn't sensed him when the voices grew louder, but now he was right in front of me, wearing a weird pair of goggles on his head, covering a small patch of his blonde hair. Yes, I questioned. His appearance confused me. He usually never left the lab. We're ready, he explained, guiding his hand towards the area where the lab was. If you'll come this way, we'll begin. Very well, I nodded, following him. Soon everything would be mine. I felt dizzy. The voice inside my head grew stronger by the day, and I felt it affecting me more every time. This, however, was different. I'd never felt physically affected. Sir. Zastro looked at me, confused. I tried to regain my bearings in a moment of weakness, shaking my head. I'm fine, I said, regaining my composure before following him again, surveying the cave as my mind wandered for a second. No walls split up our base. Instead, I had decided to leave everything open, allowing me to watch everyone. Although I knew they were under my control, it was never bad to be a bit cautious. Making our way towards the area we deemed the lab, I noticed some water-type Pokémon had made their way into the cavern's lake. If this worked, I would order my slaves to capture them. The machinery seemed to be working properly, the hum echoing throughout the base as we drew near. Next to the machinery, I noticed a large tube filled with water. It was eerily like the one I was housed in when I was created, but his time to held a fully formed Charizard. I was amazed that the Charizard looked no different to the one I had captured. It looked so identical that if I didn't know that the Charizard I had captured was still housed inside its Pokeball, I would have believed that they had simply put Charizard inside the tube. The Charizard clone has reached maturity, Zastro explained. We are ready to awaken it. Go ahead, I commanded. As I gave the order, the tube was drained, the fluid around the Charizard clone disappearing down a pipe beneath it. Suddenly, the clone opened its eyes groggily, as the tube was opened. As its feet hit the ground, it looked at the people around it. I could sense something was wrong, as it took another step, its mouth filling with flames. The scientists scattered, several of them narrowly avoiding the flames as they spewed from the clone's mouth. I was about to intervene, when I realized I couldn't move my arms. My whole body was frozen, and I had no control over my psychic powers. The clone continued to ransack the area, and I only hoped it didn't destroy any of the equipment. It was hard, it was painful, as I slowly tried to move my arms. Looking down, I noticed something was different. My gray skin was surrounded by dark blue hue of energy. Feeling trapped. No, I wasn't trapped, I was the most powerful Pokémon of all. I focused my psychic energy into myself, trying to regain control. As my psychic energy built, the dark blue energy faded, and I broke free from my prison. I had no idea what had just happened, and I briefly tried to understand my situation before being brought back to the issue at hand as a wailing scream echoed throughout the cave. Looking up, I watched as the clone suddenly stopped, heeling over in pain as if it had been hit by one of my attacks. I moved closer, only to watch in horror as the clone's orange skin started to melt. This wasn't right. The experiment was a failure, and as I watched, listening to the final cries from the clone as the Pokémon died in a pool of liquid, I knew there was a long way to go. What happened? I demanded. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. I was meant to be marveling in such a creature, not watching as one of the scientists cleaned up the sludge that remained. I don't know, Zastro replied. I've never cloned a Pokémon before, and besides, it took the scientists nearly 6 years to clone you. I don't have 6 years. I seethed, raising my hand threateningly. I know. Zastro flinched. If I had access to the original files, I would be able to speed up the process very quickly. Then let's get them. That won't be easy, Zastro explained. When you destroyed the island base, we lost most of the files. Is there any other way? I felt like pinching my nose in frustration, if I had one. Yes. Zastro nodded. Your awakening was no accident. I looked at him confused. You see, the base was infiltrated by the G-Men. They awoke you, and stole all the files from the central computer. So, you're saying the G-Men have the files we need? Zastro nodded. But how could you know that they have it? After you left, Giovanni had a tech team search the entire wreckage, Zastro explained. The central core was destroyed, but they found the last computer logs. One of them showed a signal being sent to the G-Men headquarters. Well, that's good, I explained. Because I just happened to have someone on the inside. I was so focused on creating my clone army, I pushed my own issues aside, condemning them to the pit of my subconscious. The girl with the mask came through for us. Managing to contact her wasn't easy, but once we had set up a line of communication, she immediately sent us the files she could access. While it wasn't much, the files told us how they managed to stabilize the cloning process. It appeared that my body was the key. Hidden deep within my DNA was a slight alteration to one gene. The hard part was accessing this gene, so I decided it was best to help in any way I could. Allowing Zastro to take blood and tissue samples wasn't ideal, but it was the only way. Quickly, they located the gene within my blood. But mixing this gene with another Pokémon's DNA wouldn't be easy. Luckily, this is where the gene splicer came in. I didn't realize until now how fortunate I had been, being sent on the mission to steal it. It made it easier for me to locate it amongst the equipment I had stolen from Echo 9. Handing the device to Zastro, I watched as he quickly studied it, making sure the device wasn't broken. Good, he said, placing the device in one of his workbenches. It appears to be intact. We can begin right away. How long? Sorry. Zastro turned towards me, confused. How long what? How long will it take to splice the DNA? I asked, growing impatient. Zastro looked back at the device, taking a long look at it, contemplating his response. At least a few hours. Then get to work. Hours passed, and still no result. If it hadn't been for my little side project, I would have gone insane. For when we communicated with the girl inside the G-Men, I had another idea. What if we could access their networks? You see, I now understood how humans used technology to their advantage. Not only were they now able to travel faster than most Pokémon, they were also able to see everywhere around the planet. They called it GTTSS, the Global Trainer Tracking Satellite System, a series of satellites that orbited the planet, monitoring all Pokémon trainers. Used by the Pokémon League, it was a way of keeping track of the location of all Pokémon trainers, through their Pokédexes. Clever, wasn't it? I, however, found a better way to use it. Instead of just tracking Pokémon trainers, I could use it to pick the best Pokémon for cloning, without even needing to capture them. All I had to do was steal them from their trainers. How much longer? I asked the technician as she worked away on her computer. In front of us were dozens on large monitors I had set up. Not long, she replied. I just have to get past one more firewall. Only a few minutes passed before she sighed in relief. And, done. Suddenly, the monitors sprung to life, some appearing with data on trainers. Others showed the various maps of the regions, and a few showed live images from a few of the satellites. It was so much data, I didn't fully understand it. Suddenly, the image of a well-built man with very short blonde hair appeared on one of the screens. In the image, he was wearing a green camouflage outfit. What am I looking at? You're currently looking at information on Gym Leader Surge, the technician explained. I can change it if you'd like. No, it's alright. I waved my hand dismissingly, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea come over me. I want you to put together a team to use this system to track and identify Pokémon we should steal. I stood up, trying to move away as fast as possible, but my vision blurred quickly. I began walking in circles, my whole body slowly falling limp. Sir, are you all right? I heard the technician ask, but I couldn't respond. I couldn't do anything as I felt my body collapse to the ground. I had no control. I had no control. Laying there lifeless in the middle of Cerulean Cave, everything faded to black. My turn. Darkness. It was all I could see. I was floating in a massive void of nothing. I tried to move, to find a way to understand where I was, but I couldn't. My entire body felt held down by something, yet I couldn't find anything. I couldn't teleport, and my psychic powers were useless. My mind raced, every idea popping into my head. Was I dead? Did someone or something catch me? Was this caused by my powers? I was torn from my thoughts when images appeared around me. Some of them I recognized. The egg I tried to steal, the Pokémon I've fought, the boy with the Pikachu, but others I had never seen before. Their images came thick and fast. An ancient war, a Mew commanding one side. Then it all disappeared, replaced by one image, but this one was different. It was of a time not long ago, based in the cloths the humans wore. They looked to be scientists and archaeologists, searching an ancient temple. Suddenly, they opened a tomb, or rather, a coffin. Inside was what truly shocked me, the lifeless body of a dead Mew. The place looked old, and yet the Mew looked like it had only died that day. Was this place special? Did it have any bearing on the images I'd saw earlier? Perhaps this was the Mew they cloned me from. I did not know, but the detail in these images were exquisite. It led me to believe that they weren't images, but rather memories. But whose memories were they? I woke up. The rocky floor of Cerulean Cave replaced by the soft surface of a lustrous rainforest. The place was full and never-ending. As far as I could see, and sense, the forest reached. How'd I gotten here? I had no idea. But I suddenly felt the presence of a powerful Pokémon I'd thought I'd never meet. Following my psychic sense, I found myself outside the same ancient temple from those images. Perhaps they were real. Venturing inside, the moss-covered walls continued as I ventured deeper, until finally I could hear the voice of the Pokémon I'd sensed. It's creepy, you know, visiting the resting place of those that came before. It's weird traveling past the bodies of some that I idealized. The voice in my head was distinctly female. I know what you mean. Wait, there was another Pokémon there. But I couldn't sense it. That means, dark type, the word popped into my head. I'd have to keep listening and learn as much as possible. I ferried some of these souls to the afterlife. You may have learned about them, but I've known all of them quite well. But I thought that was Yveltal's job. The female asked. It's why he must always sleep. For all except Mews, the other explained. There is much you haven't learned yet. I'm no ordinary Darkrai, you should already know that. Yeah, I know, you weren't created by Arceus, but rather Celeste. I still don't understand that, by the way. Celeste chose my spirit for something special, just like he chose you. Remember, Arceus made Celeste. I followed along, trying to understand what they were talking about, but none of it made sense to me, it just seemed like gibberish. As I turned a corner, I suddenly found myself in a massive hall with carvings of Mew above concrete coffins. Each one had a name above it, indicating the different Mew held within. I'd never realized how many Mews there had been, and it scared me. If Team Rocket had managed to get one body, how hard would it be to get another and start the cloning process all over again? I felt the presence on the other side of the hall. Traveling down it, I continued to silently listen to their conversation. Damn it, You were right. They'd taken his body. The female voice said, stopping at an open coffin. You know what this means, right? The other Pokémon continued. Yes, that Aga. I suddenly felt my body involuntarily attack, using all my psychic power. I sent a beam of energy towards the two figures, who reacted quickly, coming into view. Indeed, they were both Pokémon, a Mew and a Darkrai. While my attack affected Mew, it didn't scratch the Darkrai. Darkrai responded in kind, launching an attack that knocked me back in surprise, but I didn't let it faze me. Summoning the same attack I'd used on the Tyranitar, I launched it at Darkrai. The Pokémon seemed to expect this, disappearing into thin air before it could reach it. Mew, run, I'll hold him off. I heard Darkrai command. No, we can't let her escape. That voice again. I felt my body surge with the same energy of the attack I'd just sent, and before I knew what was happening, a large sphere of energy surged out from my body, expanding in every direction. The last thing I remember was an explosion, and the temple around me began to disappear. I came to on the grassy floor of the rainforest, the temple a smoking ruin. I rose to my feet, trying to understand what had happened when I found the unconscious body of Mew. Raising it with my psychic powers, I smiled, happy I had finally captured the Pokémon I'd sought the most. I took one last look at the smoldering ruin of the temple, pleased that the bodies of the other Mews had likely been destroyed in the explosion. I guess they couldn't create another Mewtwo now. I couldn't hide the tiniest smile I had. Everything was moving as planned. Not only had I captured Mew, but when I returned to the base in Cerulean Cave, I'd learned that Dr. Zastro had managed to successfully clone Charizard. Charizardu, they called it, but I couldn't care less about its name, only that my vision was finally becoming reality. Yes, your dream. Several weeks had passed since then. I'd ordered my slaves to build a large clone manufacturing plant on the island where I was cloned, knowing it wasn't being used. It was going well, construction was well underway, but I couldn't help but feel that time wasn't on my side. Mew hadn't awoken since I defeated her, and I didn't know whether she was recovering from our fight or if she was trying to trick me. Still, it made me feel unnerved. I knew she couldn't do anything inside the little container she was housed. While her first container was destroyed when she escaped the Echo 9 base, there was another one lying in the pile of equipment I'd stolen. A spare, Zastro explained. How's construction coming? I asked, directing my attention away from the sleeping Mew, facing the computer monitor. Zastro had arrived at New Island to oversee the stages of construction, specifically, the cloning machines. Good, but with more hands we could have it done a lot sooner, Zastro explained. At this rate we'll be done in about 3 months. That's not good enough, I growled. We could be discovered by then, and all our research could be lost. It would take forever to start over. I could have it done in a few weeks, but I would need double the personnel we have now, Zastro stated, adjusting his goggles. The cloning machinery can be completed quickly, but without the infrastructure to supply power, the machines wouldn't work. We were able to tap into the power lines running to Cerulean City, in the cave. We can't do that here. We'll need an isolated, fully sustainable power source, and that takes time to build. A few weeks, you say? I smirked, remembering the large gathering of trainers in Cerulean City. You'll have your workers soon. I think I know where. The power in the cave suddenly cut off, ending my conversation with Zastro. What happened? I asked a technician. She seemed to be as confused as I was. using a torch to fumble around the console. It appears we've lost our connection to the power grid, sir, she surmised. It could have been caused by a Pokémon or sabotage. My answer was correct when we heard an explosion at the entrance to the cave. Grab everything you can carry. Destroy everything else. We can't let them discover what we're planning. Yes, sir, the technician nodded, grabbing hold of a few people to direct them. Make sure to leave nothing behind. We're abandoning to base. I didn't listen to the rest of her conversation, making my way towards the entrance. As I got closer, I discovered several of my slaves, or grunts as I'd come to calling them, fighting Pokémon directed by Team Rocket. I was furious that they had discovered me, but my grunts seemed to be holding their own with the cloned Pokémon they commanded. Brushing Team Rocket's Pokémon aside, I made my way outside the entrance of the cave, sensing a presence I hadn't in months. So, have you given up? Realized you can't escape us? George, my hander, sneered, his scruffy grey beard reflecting the moonlight. No, I replied, summoning my psychic energy. I came here to destroy you. As I launched a multicolored beam of energy at him, he summoned several Pokémon, ordering them to block my attack. I was thrown back into the cave. These Pokémon were stronger than I'd thought. Not only had he brought psychic types, but ghost and dark type Pokémon as well. Alone, I could easily defeat them, but with them working together, I had to use different types of attacks. I would summon a Psybeam, only to have one of the dark types jump in front of it. It was the same with the other types. I knew I would eventually win, but these Pokémon were tiring me out faster than I'd thought. But as the fight wore on, I felt a strange energy building inside me. It was the same feeling I felt in the mansion, and when I'd battled Mew. My power was growing exponentially, and I knew I would soon lose control. Distracted for a moment, I felt the full force of a dark pulse hit me, throwing my back, coming to a halt on the ground. Looking up, I felt myself slowly lose control, staring at the container housing Mew. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. They were glowing as she stared back at me, as if she knew what was happening to me. Agamemnon. I lost control. I couldn't be stopped, and yet, I couldn't control myself either. When Mew said that name, it was as if something deep inside me awoke. I could sense anger. I could sense my own rage, and yet it felt like I wasn't the one that was angry. Whatever was controlling me, driving me forward, felt no sympathy, no remorse as it left bodies in its wake. The rocket grunts were easy, a little flick of my wrist and their necks were snapped, or their bodies crushed, those I left alive becoming my slaves. As I passed each lifeless body, I watched their Pokémon run, but I wouldn't have that. They had sided with the enemy and needed to be punished. Those I required, I caught, but those I didn't suffered a far worse fate. Their screeches were almost deafening to me, but I didn't care. As far as the anger inside me felt, they deserved it. Part of me knew it was wrong. Part of me wanted to stop, run away and hide, but even if I tried to, the part pushing forward me was much stronger. I don't know why I became so callous, and part of me wondered if I would look back on this day in disgust, but I was angry, and I had to direct my anger somewhere. So, as I killed one last Pokémon that dared to face me, I found myself looking for the one man who had caused a lot of my problems. I wasn't surprised that he'd fled, but I could still sense him within the city limits of the nearby Cerulean city. He'd made a mistake running towards a populated area. Perhaps he thought I wouldn't dare venture into a public area, not with my current plans, but he'd underestimated my own anger. They all must die. I felt my body jut forward, flying towards the power lines that led into the city. Summoning my psychic energy with an ease I hadn't had before, I launched an attack at one of the towers. The explosion was loud, loud enough to disturb the city, but as I watched the power switch off, lights flickering throughout the city, with only a few buildings remaining lit, I knew I had the cover of darkness on my side. The grunts at the edge of the city didn't have a chance. Before they knew what was happening, they were already dead. I let those that remained flee, allowing them to call their Pokémon to help them escape. They would tell others of my power, they would tell others to fear me. I paused at the edge of the city. From this moment forward, I would no longer be hidden. I was sure that images of myself would be plastered all over the world. Good. The voice inside me snarled. Let them fear what is coming. Let them fear us. I moved, deciding to focus on Team Rocket first. While Cerulean wasn't next to the ocean, it was next to a large sea inlet, allowing ships to come and go. Deciding that it was the best place to go, I made my way towards the docks. Most of Team Rocket, including George, were hiding in one of the many buildings along the small docks. They were planning to trap me, but they had no idea what was coming. Targets moving towards the docks. I heard George's voice through the radio of a dead grunt I passed. Have everyone move in that direction, we can lock him in. Good. More would come, more would die. Walking along the concrete floor of the docks, the freezing wind chilling me to the bone, I waited for their attack. I knew it would fail. Time after time Giovanni, George, and Team Rocket underestimated my power. But today, they would truly see what their creation was capable of. Now, someone called. Immediately I felt several attacks launched towards me. I simply shrugged them off, creating a blue sphere of energy around myself to protect me. I looked at the Pokémon and humans around me, seeing the fear in their eyes. I simply smirked. My turn. I sent a wave of psychic energy, launching everyone backwards who wasn't a dark type. I had my own plan for them. I created a blue sphere of energy in my hand, launching it at one of the dark types. When the Pokémon was flung backwards, the rest got the message, backing away. Walking past the dark types, I raised the rocket grunts into the air. You will be my slaves. I commanded, waving psychic energy over their heads. You will help me create my vision. A moment later I teleported them away, turning my attention back towards George. It appeared that during the fight he had fled again, running towards the center of Cerulean City. No matter. He would be dead soon anyway. The city was more densely populated than I'd thought as I made my way towards the city center. Everyone I ran into, civilians, Pokémon trainers, Team Rocket, I took control off. Some had the gall to fight me, I killed them quickly. I was still succumbed to my own rage, driving me to punish those that fought back. I was leaving the city in rubble as I destroyed building after building in my anger. Suddenly, I found myself outside Cerulean City's Pokémon Center. There had been a large gathering at the center, clearly people trying to get their Pokémon before fleeing. Angry, I threw the rocket grunts that attacked me into the crowd, causing people to scream. The crowd outside scattered quickly, several trainers and grunts running for nearby buildings. I wouldn't allow them to hide, launching a ball of psychic energy into the buildings, crushing people inside as the building collapsed. I teleported away those that survived, knowing they would be useful in the construction of my new base. Turning towards the Pokémon Center, I was shocked to find the boy and his Pikachu fleeing with his friends out one of the side entrances. But I didn't let that deter me, throwing several balls of energy at the Pokémon Center, covering my tracks as I kidnapped the people and Pokémon inside. When day broke, most of the world would think I killed nearly everyone in the city. But truth be told, most of them would be working for me. I followed the boy and his friends, running into a trainer I allowed to flee. "It's coming," he yelled, running around a nearby corner. I suddenly sensed the presence of dozens of Pokémon. I also sensed, to my surprise, the man I'd been after hidden inside the crowd. I waited, trying to understand what they would do. But when I realized they were waiting for me to make my move, I decided to act. Instead of moving around the corner, I teleported into the middle of the crowd, generation a blue shield around myself. "You think this pathetic attempt can stop me?" I laughed, the barrier never faltering as the Pokémon launched their first attack. "If only we had Mew," the red-headed girl exclaimed. "What?" I widened my eyes in shock as I turned to face the two young trainers. The girl ordered her Vaporeon to launch an ice beam that never affected my shield as the boy grabbed an oddly colored Pokeball in his hands. I suddenly felt the boy focus some sort of energy into the ball. I was mesmerized as the energy sprung from the ball, heading in the direction of the caves where I'd left Mew. Clearly, I'd underestimated the importance of this boy. But when nothing happened, the boy grew frustrated. Mew wouldn't come to save him. She was locked up with no chance of escape. Turning my attention back towards the Pokémon around me, I launched a wave of psychic energy, knocking them all backwards. Shocked, I felt my shield falter only slightly as a strong attack hit me from above. Looking up, I noticed a strong Charizard, clearly stronger the one I caught, continue to dive towards me as it charged up another attack. "You will not stop me," I yelled, launching a ball of energy at the dragon-like Pokémon. It didn't have time to react as it collided with the ball, causing it to crash into the ground. "Charizard!" the boy yelled, running towards his Pokémon. Without even looking, he returned his Pokémon. I wasn't surprised that the Charizard belonged to the boy, and I planned to focus on him when I dealt with all the other Pokémon. When I dealt with George. As the rest of the Pokémon fell, the trainers and rocket grunts tried to flee, running towards a building I realized was the Cerulean City Gym. Following those that fled into the building, determined to not let George escape, I charged up one final attack. I heard the red-headed girl try to stop those that were fleeing into the building, the boy trying to stop her, but it was too late as I launched my attack. I watched as the explosion killed most of those inside, knocking those that were outside back, hard. I turned my gaze towards the young boy and girl, trying to break through the strong psychic barrier they boy had. It was far stronger than I'd thought, and when I realized that the barrier must have been created by Mew, I decided to focus on the girl. If I couldn't get my answers from him, I would certainly get them from her. As I entered her mind, I learned that their names were Ash and Misty. Teleporting in front of them, I stared as both cowered in fear. They believed I was going to kill them. But no, I had only one more person to kill that night, and he was buried underneath the rubble of the gym. "Well, go on then," Ash spoke. "Kill us." "I did not kill at the Safari Zone," I replied. "And I will not kill you now." "Why?" Ash asked. "You will deliver a message for me," I explained. "The reign of man is over. You will bow down before me or be destroyed. I am the ruler now." I teleported away, taking George's barely alive form with me. Entering a mind, even if the person was in a dreaming state, was hard at this distance. While I sat inside the large unfinished complex on New Island, I was trying to enter the mind of the girl, Misty was her name, that I'd encountered when I destroyed Cerulean City. What surprised me, however, was what she dreamed about. At first, I'd thought she would be having nightmares about me, about the gym blowing up, but instead I found her dreaming about some old pocket watch. Making my way down the hallway of her dream, one I could only assume was in her gym, I felt the similar energy flow through her and the pocket watch that the boy had focused into his Pokeball that was connected to Mew. Halting, I paused at the door, allowing the dream to continue. I could sense every emotion, every movement that was going through Misty's head, inside her dream. She was trying to hide the pocket watch from any prying eyes, and yet I knew it was there, felt it was there. If I was going to learn the truth, however, I knew I was going to have to lure Misty away from underneath her bed. While invading someone's mind was easy, gaining access to their most personal memories was much harder. Underneath Misty's bed represented the hidden part of her subconscious I could not access. Allowing enough time to pass, I waved my arms, using my power to swing the door open to her bedroom, scattering objects inside in the process. I didn't care for the mess I made, this was only a dream. So, when she curiously left the safety of underneath her bed, I quickly made my escape down the hallway. She would have to seek me out. It was the only way I could gain access to her deepest, darkest secrets. I made my way into a room with a large pool, guessing that this was a very important place for her. I stood on the other side of the pool, waiting for her. When she arrived, however, I could sense the coldness my intrusion into her mind made her feel. Hello, she called out. She looked at me cautiously, trying to determine who I was. She couldn't see me properly, at least not yet. Hello, she called again, making her way around the pool. I suddenly felt something try to pull me from the dream, the same force the boy used, when she suddenly realized who I was, when she pulled on my arm to turn me around. But she had no time to react to me as I suddenly yelled. Tell me what you are. She shut her eyes in fear, and everything faded to black. I gasped as I was suddenly forced out of her mind. It wasn't because she'd woken up, but because something inside of her had forced me out. Turning my attention to Mew, the only other creature in the room, a million thoughts raced through my mind. What was that? I questioned, knowing she knew what I was talking about. You know what that was, she simply replied, never taking her eyes off me from within her glass capsule. No, I don't, I replied, growing frustrated. I wasn't talking to you, Mew interjected before I could continue. I'm talking to Agamemnon. Again, with that, I groaned. For the last time, I am not the being you call Agamemnon. It was getting ridiculous. She'd been calling me by that name since I'd captured her. You aren't, but I am. I began shaking my head. The voices had only grown since Mew muttered that name. Mewtwo. My argument was brought to a halt when Zastro entered the room, clearly happy. What? I barked. The power supply for the cloning machines is complete, he explained. With the help of the thousands of people you took from Cerulean City, we've been able to complete most of the construction in record time. Only the outer layers of the building is all that remains. So, we can start mass producing cloned Pokémon immediately. I asked. He nodded. Good. Then get to work. A few weeks passed, and the couple of cloned Pokémon we had turned into dozens, and then hundreds, and yet I couldn't help but realize we were still missing a few different Pokémon. If I was going to replace the world with cloned Pokémon, then I was going to need every variant of Pokémon there was, excluding the legendary Pokémon. I began scanning the world through the reconnected satellite system, searching for the profile of Ash Ketchum, coming to a halt when an image of a girl with long brown hair and the boy were battling. She had one of the Pokémon I was looking for, a Venusaur. I watched the Pokémon challenge Ash's Growlithe. Neither Pokémon gave up, but it was clear that the starter was far stronger than the loyal fire type. And quickly, as if sensing my own thoughts, the Growlithe collapsed, exhausted. Returning his Pokémon, Ash talked to the girl happily before turning their gaze towards a much older man. In that moment I realized they were friends, but I was more interested in the Venusaur. It was powerful, and was one of the Pokémon I was looking for. Waiting until nightfall a few days later, I made my move, teleporting to the small ranch in Pallet Town. The place was quiet when I arrived, all the Pokémon having been brought in for dinner. I found the girl speaking happily with her Pokémon as she fed it. Suddenly, she noticed I was there, my glowing blue eyes shining in the darkness. She looked at me curiously, but was unable to react in time when I waved my three-pronged hand, teleporting Venusaur and myself away. Arriving back at the now completed base on New Island, I knocked out the confused Venusaur before it could attack anyone. Happy, I placed the Pokémon in one of the containment cells that were constructed for Pokémon that we couldn't capture in Pokéballs. Zastro was working on a way around that problem, but until it could be rectified, the cells would have to do. As if sensing my thoughts, Zastro entered the room, holding a clipboard with dozens of papers on it. Mewtwo. Wonderful news. He exclaimed happily. I've discovered the missing link to your plans. What? I questioned, confused. What missing link? For a long time, I wondered why you couldn't transform into any other Pokémon like Mew can, Zastro explained, holding the clipboard in my direction. Scanning the words, I came to realize what he meant. I'm not a perfect clone of Mew. No, you're not, Zastro agreed. But your own body structure would suggest that. I had originally thought your body shape was due to the enhancements the scientists gave you, but now I realize it's because you are missing several of Mew's genes. One, in particular, is the gene that allows Mew to transform into any Pokémon. And how is this the missing link? Thanks to the girl on the inside, I have discovered the location of the samples the G-Men took from the Pokémon I genetically altered, he explained. It appears not all of the samples had been destroyed like I'd been led to believe. Where? I questioned. Where are the samples held? At their headquarters. Wait for the signal. It was a simple order. I didn't know if my grunts would be competent enough to follow me in a siege such as this, but they were only the distraction. Organizing my grunts into a perimeter, I allowed myself to glance at the large building in front of me. It was quite harrowing how such a building stood out amongst all the stadiums and lavish buildings of the Indigo Plateau. This building, this 10-story building, was plain compared to everything else. Glass panels were buffeted by the occasional white column that held up the building. Clearly, by the way the place was designed, it allowed anyone inside to notice an assault before it even began. But also, I knew that this place housed the greatest threat to my plans. I had to act quickly, once I'd learned that my mole had been discovered, in case she revealed our plans. The G-Men, like Team Rocket, were not to be underestimated. I had overestimated how silent my group had been, and underestimated the resources of Team Rocket, allowing us to be found inside Cerulean Cave. Now, I would not make the same mistake. Instead of going in, All guns blazing, I decided the best option was to use a small strike force to lure most of operatives out. Waiting for the right moment, I waved my three-pronged hands into the air as I noticed a few operatives leave the main entrance. In a matter of seconds, several cloned Pokémon appeared, ready to attack. Thrusting my arm forward, I launched a multicolored beam at the men, knocking them backwards from the explosion as my attack hit ground in front of them. Now, I made my way inside, destroying the building's psychic defenses relatively quickly. Memorizing the plans I'd received from my mole long ago, I easily found what I was looking for: a large lab near the building's basement. Inside, I found several scientists who cowered at my presence. Not even bothering to turn my attention towards them, I made my way across the large laboratory, searching several shelves for the vials I wanted. "Where is it?" I growled, growing impatient. I couldn't find the vials, so I decided to have one of the scientists tell me where it was. "What are yo?" "The vials containing the samples taken from the altered Pokémon." I growled again, making my way towards the scientist who responded. "Oh, over there," he stuttered, pointing to a shelf I'd already checked. "I've checked there. It's be behind it," he yelled, trying to save himself. Instead of replying, I simply raised my hand behind me, keeping my focus on the scientists as I used my psychic power to pull the shelf away, forcibly. The scientists flinched as the shelf smashed into the wall on the other side of the room, shattering it. Finally taking my focus off the scientists, I turned, noticing the safe that was hidden behind the shelf. Not even bothering to crack it, I pulled the safe's door off its hinges. Peering inside the safe, I was greeted with the sight of several large vials, each labeled with the name of the Pokémon they were taken from. Teleporting the vials away, I turned towards the scientists, allowing my eyes to glow blue threateningly. "If you've lied to me, I'll be back, but I won't be after the vials next time." I teleported away, but as I passed through the levels above me, I suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Stunned, I came crashing down on the roof of the building. Groaning, I lifted myself up, only to find 3 people standing before me. Their shocked expressions told me they weren't expecting me, so I wondered who had brought me here. Studying the 3, I noticed that one of them was the Kanto League champion, Lance. The others, however, I had never seen before. Behind Lance's flapping cape stood a young girl with long silver hair that shined in the light of dawn. Beside her stood an older man with a thick gray beard, his head covered with a simple cap. "Focus on releasing her," Lance ordered, pulling out one of his Pokeballs. "I'll take care of Mewtwo." "Take care of me," I smirked, raising my hand dismissively. "What makes you think you can take care of me?" My question was answered with the release of a powerful dragon-type Pokémon. It had light orange skin and a cream-colored underbelly. Its 2 antennas swayed in the wind, and its wings flexed in a show of power. "Interesting Pokémon," I muttered. "But it'll be no match for me." I raised my hand, Lance throwing his first order simultaneously. "Dragonite. Hyper Beam." Dragonite's eyes glowed white, a white ball of energy forming in front of its mouth. I didn't even flinch as it launched its attack. Instead, I simply raised my right hand, deflecting the attack straight back at the Pokémon. Recovering from using such an attack, Dragonite was unable to move as it was slammed by its own attack, knocking it backwards. Surprisingly, Lance's Dragonite didn't lose its footing from the attack, but I could tell it had taken some serious damage. Building up my psychic power, I felt the wind around us pick up for a second as the girl fled atop a Pokémon that strangely looked like an aeroplane. I hadn't heard the exchange between the girl and the older man, but it was clear that he had told her to flee, since now he was releasing his own Pokémon to face me. No matter, I would easily defeat him too. Finally, my psychic energy had built up, and I launched a powerful wave of energy towards the two men and their Pokémon. I watched as the wave made its way across the rooftop that was now serving as a battlefield, drawing closer towards its targets with each passing second. But suddenly it felt like time had slowed down. The attack never reached its targets as a blue barrier formed around them, protecting them. I couldn't believe it. The barrier looked exactly like the barrier I create. But that would mean. Bang! The creature landed in front of the two men, cracking the part of the roof he landed on, his arm helping his body land on the roof. I will take it from here, he spoke calmly, rising to his feet, ordering the men to leave. My next words came out more timidly than I'd expected. We meet at last, Mewtwo. I stared at the creature that inspired my own creation, trying to gauge his abilities. While we were both clones of Mew, I couldn't help but feel something was different between us. You must stop this. He spoke with such authority. Whatever hatred you feel towards humanity is unwarranted. This is not about hatred, I retorted. This is about showing humanity that there are consequences for their actions. I will show them what it feels like to be looked at, spoken to, and treated as nothing but a slave. I was preparing myself for battle, summoning as much psychic energy as possible. I will rule over them, I will control them, like they tried to with me. And when I'm done, I'll reshape this world in my image, I'll replace everything with my superior cloned Pokémon. If you won't listen to reason. He positioned himself in some strange battle stance. He faced his body sideways, his life arm gutting out, showing his three-pronged hand, while his right arm covered his chest. Then I shall stop you the only way I know how. We will see. He lunged towards me, his hands glowing. I teleported away before he could reach me, reappearing on his side as I sent my own glowing hand into his side. Grunting, he was thrown by my attack into the air. Racing to follow him, I reached him in seconds, grabbing him by the arm as I threw him back towards the building. With a massive explosion, he crashed through the building's roof, leaving a massive hole in the structure. I followed him inside. When I entered, I could not see him, could not sense him. Suddenly, I felt searing pain in my back as I was thrown against the wall in front of me, the damage caused by his attack evident in the area around me. It will take a lot more than that to hurt me, he said, charging again. Same, I replied, teleporting to the other side of the room, readying my own attack. That won't work this time, he added, following me. He grabbed me, pushing us both through several walls before coming to a halt. I took my chance, lunging my glowing fist down. With a bang, the floor collapsed, our bodies falling to the next level down. Groaning, we picked ourselves up, neither showing signs of fatigue. This was going to be a long battle. Hours. We fought for hours in the darkened rooms of the G-Men headquarters. I wasn't surprised. We were both copies of the same Pokémon. But our battle shifted when we felt the building collapse around us, crumbling under the damage caused by our own attacks. Worried, I teleported away, dragging the other Mewtwo with me. We came to a stop inside a busy city. Viridian City, I guessed, but I couldn't be sure. The sun was out now, I noticed, taking in my surroundings. Suddenly, something hit me, but it wasn't an attack by Mewtwo. Angrily, I pushed the car away, noticing the most fearful face I had ever seen. The man looked absolutely petrified. Good, so he'd heard of me. Mewtwo looked around, worry etched on his face as he realized our fight had moved to a public setting. While some people around us ran, others pulled out phones and cameras to capture an image of us. No matter, they would witness my power. Using my psychic powers, I lifted the now vacant car into the air, launching it at Mewtwo. With amazing power, the car split in two before reaching him, the two pieces flying past his glowing hand. He launched a multicolored beam of light in retaliation. I waved my hand, deflecting to attack into one of the adjacent buildings. More worry crossed his features as the sound of the explosion, followed by several screams, covered the street. I felt him reach out with his psychic energy. He was trying to communicate with someone, but he couldn't reach them. Taking this as my chance, I lunged towards him. This battle wasn't over yet. I grabbed him, throwing him into one of the many buildings around us. His body smashed through glass and steel, coming to a stop on the other side of the building. I followed, giving no time to recover as I hit him with a powerful psychic attack that sent him flying those several buildings. "You're weak," I stated, annoyed, landing on the ground where he finally crashed. "Your servitude for the humans has made you weak. You're blind, you cannot see that humanity does not care about you. Your blind faith has made you no match for me." "That may be so," he replied, rising to his feet. "But I don't have to stop you, I only have to distract you for long enough. Then you will understand the strength humanity holds. I'm not alone, but you are." Enough. I formed a blue sphere of energy around me. I flew towards the other Mewtwo, who had created his own sphere of energy. Racing towards each other, our energy fields collided, sending shockwaves around us, shattering the windows of the buildings around us. Again and again our attacks collided as we whizzed around the city. The battle felt never-ending, but eventually one of us would grow tired. I knew it wouldn't be me. I was younger, stronger, and far more powerful. Still, when we finally came to a rest in the city square, I couldn't help but question him. "Why? Why do you fight for them?" "Because," he paused, panting for breath. "Because I was like you once. I hated everything. I hated humanity. I hated Pokémon, legendary and normal. I hid myself away because I was created for war, an instrument of destruction. But it took a bunch of children for me to fully understand the wonders and joy this world offered." He glanced away for only a second, but it was enough time for me to realize that someone was coming. "I had hoped to show you what I have learned, to turn you away from the path you're now traveling, but I guess it's already too late." Suddenly, I could sense it, the energy building behind him. He was attempting to charge up an attack while distracting me, but I would have none of that. Teleporting in front of him, I grabbed his neck with my hand, raising him off the ground before he could react. "I've had enough of your lies." I squeezed my psychic energy around his neck tighter. "You are just like them. You'd lie to me to get what you want, but I've had enough. I won't be lied to anymore. If you're going to kill me, get it over with." He looked straight into my eyes, his gaze never faltering. "But promise me you won't do what your creators want you to do. You were created for destruction, but you are so much more than that." Suddenly, his eyes glowed, and my mind was flooded with images. I saw a boy with black hair. He was laughing about something with a girl with red hair who looked remarkably like the girl I was visiting in her dreams. But then the images changed. I watched Mewtwo befriend a young girl with yellow hair who seemed to command him so easily. They were friends. He was showing me what made him change. Enough. I growled. I would not be persuaded. In my anger, my psychic powers lashed out, and I snapped his neck. The images ceased, his body going limp in my grasp. I let go of his body, watching it slump lifelessly to the floor, unmoving. What had I done? It was the first thought that came to my mind. I hadn't meant to kill him. But it was done, there was no going back now. I showed the world I was to be feared, that no one could stop me. And today I had proven I was strongest Pokémon in the world. I had killed one of my own, and he would only be the first of many. Mewtwo. I was brought from my thoughts when I was suddenly knocked back, my feet skidding across the ground away from the body of Mewtwo. An incredibly strong-looking Charizard landed where I was, a man with black hair departing it once they landed. I recognized him as the boy from the visions Mewtwo showed me. I took a step forward, only to realize that the man wasn't interested in me at all. In fact, his attention was directed towards the body on the ground. Mewtwo, he said softly, crouching over his body. I'm sorry I didn't get here quick enough. No. The other Mewtwo spoke. So, he wasn't dead, but his psychic energy was faint. There was nothing you could have done. But there is one more thing I can do for you. No. The man replied, shaking his head. He looked to be holding back tears as he spoke. I won't do that to you. Red. Mewtwo interrupted. If it wasn't for you in yellow, I don't know what would have happened to me, so I would like to return the favor. Use it. It may be the only thing that can stop him. Fine. Red sighed, placing his hand above Mewtwo's chest. Blue energy rose from Mewtwo's chest as I felt his psychic energy die. Their energy rose until it rested in Red's hand. He quickly directed it towards the Pokeball on his necklace, where the energy was absorbed. Now you will always be with me in some way. With Mewtwo now dead, Red directed his gaze towards me. While I was shocked by what I had witnessed, I wasn't about to let my guard down. He quickly turned towards his Pokémon, about to give an order, when I launched my attack. He had no time to react as the Charizard fell to the ground in surprise. I took it as my chance, flying straight towards Red. Defenseless, I grabbed the Pokeball I assumed was Charizard's, returning it before it could attack. I'd been battling one of my own for hours. I had no intention of following that on with another battle. And, by the way it looked, I would have another lengthy battle, with how unaffected Charizard seemed by my attack. I decided for the easy approach. I knocked Red out before he could do anything, making sure he wouldn't be able to wake up for a long time, leaving him in a coma. I couldn't have someone as strong as him messing with my plans. But before I left, I realized I had defeated one of his strongest Pokémon in Mewtwo, so I decided to claim a prize. Grabbing the Pokeball the blue energy had entered, I also took one of the Pokeballs from his belt. While I would have loved to clone a Pokémon from his Charizard, I already had one. Instead, I took another strong Pokémon that was trying to break free from its Pokeball to help its master. I instantly teleported away, returning to my base of operations on New Island. Sir, Zastro immediately greeted me. We're glad you're back. I didn't even look at him, my focus on the two Pokeballs in my hand. One a Master Ball, the other a regular Pokeball. You received the samples. Yes. He nodded. And we're ready to inject you as soon as you're ready. Inject me. I turned my gaze to the man. What do you mean, inject me? I assumed you wanted those samples. so you could gain the ability to transform, like Mew. No, I replied, shaking my head. I don't care about that. I want you to clone them. Yes, sir. Zastro nodded, noticing the two Pokeballs in my hand. Where did you get them? These. These I took as a prize for defeating a powerful trainer. Now I will show the world that I am the world's most powerful Pokémon trainer. The sun shone brightly on the hills that surrounded the coastline of the Kanto region. Not far from Pallet Town, two Pokémon trainers were in the midst of a little game on one of the many grassy hills. So, Ash, are you ready? Misty questioned, helping her egg-like Pokémon stand on its little feet. I sure am, Ash replied, instructing Riolu to stand in front of him. Riolu's ready too. So's Togepi, Misty stated. So, should we explain our little game? Ash nodded, instructing his Pokémon to listen to Misty. Now, Ash and I have hidden an item in our little camp. She gestured towards the small setup on top of the hill. A large folding bench housed several items, with their sleeping bags and essentials littered around it. We have a bet as to which of you will be able to find it first. Huh. Yeah, a bet, Ash air quoted, clearly believing his Pokémon had it in the bag. Anyway, Misty eyed the boy, pulling out a blue-shaped rock. This is a water stone. She watched as both Pokémon studied it. Although, Togepi didn't seem as interested as Riolu. Ash has hidden a red, fire stone, amongst our things. So, the first to find it and return it to their trainer wins. However, neither of us can help you find it, right Ash? Yeah, Ash waved dismissively. Not like I'm going to need to anyway. Riolu will be there and back before Togepi is even halfway there. Okay, Togepi. Riolu. Are you both ready? Tusapri. Riolu. At the end of their chants, Misty indicated the start of the race. Immediately, Riolu sprinted towards the campsite, quickly reaching the table. Meanwhile, Togepi had not moved. I told you this was stupid, Ash muttered smugly. Worry about your own Pokémon, Ash. Misty retorted, walking up to her Pokémon. What ya doing, Togepi? Sure, Togepi hadn't moved his feet, but he was moving his tiny arms in a rhythm. Tucci, 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 he chanted. Ash noticed too, scurrying closer to the Pokémon in interest. All the while, Riolu continued to search. Togepi ended, his tiny arms glowing. Suddenly, a purple hue surrounded the campsite. Everything rose, including Riolu. Lou! He cried in confusion as everything suddenly flew towards the tiny egg-like Pokémon and the two trainers. As quickly as the hue appeared, it disappeared, everything coming down on the three in a loud thud. Ah! Ash yelled as he jumped out of the way of the table. Regaining his bearings, he sat up and studied the mess around him. Their carefully laid out campsite was now a complete mess, with food, training supplies, and their sleeping bags strewn everywhere around them, and he knew it would take hours to clean up. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the little egg-like Pokémon. Or rather, what was in his tiny arms? Tusapri. The Pokémon happily shrilled, holding the item towards his trainer enthusiastically. Togepi. You. No way. Ash exclaimed in shock, his jaw dropping. And Togepi wins the race. Misty excitedly declared, grabbing her Pokémon. I knew you could do it. And that means Ash lost the bet. Come on. That's not fair, Ash whined. You said anything was fair, including Pokémon moves. Misty shot back. Although, I have no idea what move Togepi just used. And you know what that means, Ash. You have to travel to Viridian City tomorrow to gather more supplies. Fine. Ash begrudgingly relented, throwing his arms up in defeat. But you're cleaning this up. Riolu and I had nothing to do with this. Agreed. Misty smiled. At least she wouldn't be spending most of the next day walking to and from Viridian City. That trek was a nightmare, especially with all the bugs. Although he had originally declared he wouldn't help, Ash found himself setting up their campsite again with Misty. Or rather, as more time went on, Ash gave in to the constant winging and nagging from Misty as she cleaned up their campsite. There. Ash sighed as the table was placed back in position. Thanks. Misty smiled, her side ponytail blowing subtly in the late afternoon wind as Pikachu, Togepi, and Riolu played around them. I couldn't have done it without you. Yeah, with your constant. Suddenly, their three Pokémon scampered back to them when a man approached. Hey, you, there. Ash turned, noticing the tall man with a yellow vest only covering part of his chiseled chest pointing at him. But, to Ash, his most striking feature was his red bandana that covered his head, with a white skull on the front. I'm looking for a Pokémon trainer named Ash, from Pallet Town. You know, I am. Sure, I do, Ash replied reluctantly. What did this guy want? He's me. Let's have a Pokémon battle. The man declared, grabbing one of his Pokéballs from his vest. Unless you're afraid to lose. I never walk away from a challenge, but, Ash eyed Misty, watching her continue to gather the things around the camp. Sensing his gaze, Misty turned towards the boy, giving him a reassuring smile. Go ahead, Ash, I can finish up here. Thanks. Ash smiled, turning his gaze towards the man with a look of determination. I'm afraid it's you who's going to lose. Throwing his Pokeball, Ash called his friendly grass type, Ivysaur. Donphan, let's show the Pokémon Master's son what we're made of. Ash's face scrunched up in annoyance. What did his father have to do with this? As the elephant-like Pokémon with a thick black band of hide running down the length of its body, from its back to the tip of its trunk, eyed the budding flower on Ivysaur's back, Ash gave his first command. Ivysaur, take down. The man watched Ash's Pokémon charge across the field, moving slower due to his body. Donphan, its speed is no match for yours. Take it down with rollout. Donphan curled itself into its body and began rolling quickly on its thick black hide towards Ivysaur. Jump over it, Ash ordered. But his Pokémon was too slow as Ivysaur collided with the fast-rolling Donphan, launching him into the air. Not one to show any weakness, Ivysaur quickly adjusted himself in the air, landing on his legs in a show of strength. Ivy. The Pokémon taunted, asking if that was all the Pokémon had. Angrily, Donphan took a sharp turn and raced back towards Ivysaur without being ordered by its trainer. Realizing the time Ivysaur gained while in the air, as well as the strength of the harsh afternoon sun, Ash formulated a plan. Ivysaur, jump. The Pokémon tried again, only to be hit by the fast-moving Donphan. The man smirked. Everything was heading the way he liked it, but his smirk quickly faded when he heard his opponent's next order. Solar Beam. Gasping, the man realized his Pokémon didn't know any range moves. Relying on the speed of his Pokémon using rollout, his strategies involved mostly physical attacks. He watched the grass type gather sunlight in its budding bulb, guessing the Pokémon wouldn't be ready to attack until after it landed back on the ground. Donphan, use rollout to get close and then finish it with slam. Ash nervously watched as his Pokémon landed back on the ground, all the while Donphan rolling closer. And as Donphan unfurled its body and jumped into the air, Ivysaur fired the green beam of energy from his bulb, engulfing the ground type. Fan. The Pokémon yelped as its body flew back towards its trainer, landing hard on the ground, unconscious. Yeah. Return. The man growled, grabbing his next Pokeball. Let's show them our true strength, Machamp. Great job, Ivysaur. You did it. Ash yelled, grabbing the Pokémon and hugging him when he returned to Ash's side. But I think you deserve a rest. Let's let one of the other Pokémon battle. Ash eyed the blue-gray, four-armed, bipedal fighting-type Pokémon as he traced his hands over his Pokéballs. With a determined throw, Ash released his loyal Growlithe, waiting for the man to make the next move. Karate chop. The man ordered. Machamp raced across the grass. Use your own speed and return the attack with reversal. Both Pokémon charged towards each other, Machamp moving its arms swiftly to smash into the fire type, who simply rammed his body into Machamp after absorbing some of the attack. Machamp stumbled backwards, leaving it open for attack when Ash ordered Growlithe to finish it with Flame Burst. As the burst of flames collided with Machamp, it was clear that it wouldn't be getting back up. In frustration and anger, the man returned the fighting type and grabbed several of his Pokéballs. Calling 3 Pokémon, he ordered them to attack. Growlithe, Flamethrower, Ivysaur, Solar Beam, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Growlithe unleashed a wave of flames as Ivysaur quickly launched energy from his bulb. Pikachu. Pikachu called as he jumped over Ash's shoulder, unleashing a powerful bolt of electricity. All 3 attacks collided with the Pokémon, knocking them out instantly. Oh no. The man yelled frantically, grabbing his head in shock as looked at his unconscious Pokémon. Yeah, we did it. Ash declared, jumping into the air. Pikachu agreed, tilting his head in confusion as the man returned his Pokémon and fled. Well, that was a shocking ending, Misty muttered, taking a seat at the table and grabbing a sandwich they'd bought in Viridian City. Neither of them could cook, and neither of them trusted the other to try. Come on, Ash, your sandwich is ready. Yeah, all right over, Ash replied, patting his Pokémon. Mewtwo watched the battle with interest through the television screens, scanning every detail of the battle as one of his assistants stood closely by. Master, shall I extend an invitation to these trainers as well? Mewtwo turned from the screen, eyeing the 2 Pokéballs on the other side of the room. They were placed on a pedestal, as if showing them off as some award or trophy he had won. Quickly, he glanced at the glass casing that housed Mew, their eyes meeting. Why were they not invited when the invitations were sent out a week ago? He glared at the young assistant, noting the pink hair that distinguished her as the Nurse Joy he had taken from the Cerulean City Pokémon Center when he destroyed it. I have been watching these trainers for months. Go. Send them the invitations, we launch in 2 days. Very well. Nurse Joy nodded, departing the room. You will not get away with this. Mewtwo turned in his chair, studying the feline features of Mew as he gazed at the legendary Pokémon. The other legendaries, they won't allow you to do this. Not this time. Oh, and why not? The question was rhetorical as Mewtwo wandered over. Mew hadn't talked in weeks, especially after she discovered what he had done to the other Mewtwo, so why had she suddenly decided to talk now? It was then when he sensed her fear as she gazed at the still image of the young boy on the screen. You care for the boy. And the girl. Mew shifted her gaze from the screen to Mewtwo. Yes, and I won't let you hurt them. Hurt them. Mewtwo shook his head. You stupid girl. I don't wish to hurt them. I wish to study them, learn from them. There is something unique about both of them, him more than her, and I intend to find out what it is. You won't succeed, Mew retorted. No one knows why they have the power they do, not even Arceus. We shall see. People were running everywhere, screams echoing in the streets. Ash tried to dodge an incoming hyper beam as it shot past him, colliding with the building next to them. The explosion sent debris flying in every direction. Shielding his eyes from the glass that rained around him, he peered down the main road of Vermilion City. He ducked as a weird-looking Dragonite flew above him, coming from the direction of the hyper beam. Following the Pokémon with his gaze, Ash took the chance to pull himself and Misty across the road, passing two Pokémon as they fought in the street. Ash, what do we do? Misty asked him. Honestly, he had no idea. They weren't far from the city center, where the attack had begun. This is just like Cerulean City, she added. Ash didn't need his aura powers to tell she was scared. Hell, he was scared too. They continued to run, dodging Pokémon and their trainers as they fought back against the different-looking Pokémon. Sure, they had the same shape, but their color was off, and they were covered in strange spots. We have to get out of the city, Ash finally spoke, coming to a halt in a secluded alleyway. We have our Pokémon. They're unconscious, we don't have anything else we need to get. If we don't, well, you saw what that thing did to the Pokémon it defeated. I know. Misty looked away guiltily. I just don't like leaving those people and their Pokémon. We'll fight back, I promise. Ash cupped Misty's cheek, making her look at him. But, for now, we can't do anything. This is just the beginning. We're going to need every trainer we can find if we're going to stop that thing. Bang! The wall collapsed behind them, revealing an angry Raiden covered in spots. They had no Pokémon that could protect them, and they had no chance of escape. Ash! Misty yelled, clutching him in fear as the Pokémon charged. Closer it got, the ground shaking around them. Closer. Closer. Then suddenly Misty pushed him away. Ash could only watch as the Raiden's horn pierced Misty's chest. Misty! Ash exclaimed, shooting up from his bed. His chest was heaving, and his heart was beating really fast. His body was covered in a cold sweat as he looked around confused, regaining his bearings as he realized he was in one of the rooms of a Pokémon Center on the outskirts of Vermilion City. Looking across the room, he looked at his only traveling companion of the last couple of weeks. She was asleep in her own bed, her red hair flowing out in every direction once it was no longer being held together in a side ponytail. But she wasn't peaceful. Her face showed her fear as she had another nightmare. Something Ash had realized was a nightly occurrence of the last few weeks. I don't know what you're asking me, Misty muttered, her head moving frantically in her sleep. Ash doesn't know anything either. That brought Ash's attention. What nightmare could she be possibly having where she was constantly being asked questions? Some of which were apparently about him. Although he promised to never do it to a friend, Ash had been studying the art of seeing into someone's mind. Sure, it was wholeheartedly a psychic ability, but he could at least see dreams. He couldn't make people do what he asked, or control them through their minds, or even read their thoughts, but he could make a person's aura show him their dreams. Closing his eyes, he tried to manipulate Misty's aura, something he found a lot harder than he first thought. Suddenly, his eyes glowed blue, and Misty's aura showed him her nightmare. I don't know. Misty yelled at the feline creature. I don't know that much about aura. But you can use it. Mewtwo shot back. If I can't get my answers from you, then, Mewtwo paused, looking off into the distance of a never-ending void. What's this? He flung his arm forward, releasing his psychic energy. Misty looked in the direction Mewtwo was pointing, gasping as the silhouette took shape. The shape transformed, suddenly revealing the surprised form of Ash. Ash? Misty questioned. Never in her nightmares had he shown up, only Mewtwo. Misty. What? He looked around, studying the environment. His eyes narrowed on Mewtwo for a second, and he suddenly realized he was inside Misty's mind. Misty, this isn't a dream. He ran to her side, looking directly into her eyes. This is real, Misty. I don't know how, but that thing has been entering your mind ever since Cerulean City. How can you tell? Because I'm not here. He pushed his arm through Misty's body, showing her he had no physical form inside her mind. Which means it doesn't either. You can force it out. No, she can't. Quiet. You. Ash shot back. Mewtwo did nothing. See, it doesn't even try to do anything to me when I insult it. This is your mind, Misty, not its. Ash's body began to fade as his body grew tired from expelling so much aura. Fight it. It cannot win. Ash sat next to Misty, waiting for her to wake up. Her facial expression had changed from one of fear to determination when he left her mind, knowing his message had been received. She continued to mutter in her sleep, but it was too softly for Ash to make many words. Occasionally, he would hear the word, out, or, go, but he couldn't tell what was going on inside her mind. Slowly, her eyes began to flutter, and she opened them to look at the boy beside her. Ash, she asked, looking around the room. Misty, you did it. Ash exclaimed, enveloping her in a hug. So, it wasn't a dream. She added as the hug broke. I don't think so, Ash answered. I could sense his presence inside your mind, which told me he wasn't from your subconscious. Thanks, Ash. Misty smiled, quickly enveloping him in a hug again. I couldn't have done it without you. We're a team, Ash said. You, me, and Brock. We sure are. Misty agreed. She knew now how to stop the nightmares. She only hoped that they would soon stop because of it. Ash, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep for the rest of the night. Do you mind if you stay up to keep me company? Sure. Ash smiled. Mew's eyes snapped open. She glanced around the room, happy that Mewtwo was occupied with his nightly visits into Misty's mind. At least she wouldn't be caught doing what she just did. She only hoped that her warning was received. She couldn't access the power of the tree while stuck in this glass case. Her power limited. She couldn't tell anyone exactly what was happening, only show them a possible future if events continued the way they were. Suddenly, she felt Mewtwo stir in his seat. So, she thought, she finally figured out how to expel you from her mind. Mewtwo quickly angrily stomping away from his chair. Swinging his arm, he shoved the chair with his psychic energy, crushing it in anger. How did the boy do that? How did he help her eject me from her mind? The questions were rhetorical, or rather, only meant to be for himself, but Mew decided to answer. I told you, there's something special. There hasn't been an aura user this powerful since Satoshi. And he hasn't even unlocked a tenth of his power yet. I've had enough of this. Mewtwo shook his head, calling one of his assistants. Are preparations ready? Nearly. Master. Nurse Joy bowed. Then get to it. I want everything ready by sundown tonight. Ash wandered out of the room in the early hours of the morning, heading for the Pokémon Center's cafeteria, replaying the invitation he'd received from the Dragonite 2 days ago. Greetings, Pokémon trainer. The woman in the hologram bowed. I bear an invitation. You have been chosen to join a select group of Pokémon trainers at a special gathering. It will be hosted by my master, the world's greatest Pokémon trainer, in Vermilion City Square in 2 days. Only trainers who present this invitation will be admitted. If you wish to attend, you must reply at once. My master awaits you. The woman bowed again, and the hologram disappeared. Ash remembered reply. Yes, having given the piece of paper to the Dragonite. But now he wasn't so sure, especially after the dream he had. Something just didn't feel right about this whole situation. Ah! Ash heard a girl screech. He feared the worst, but couldn't sense anything wrong. Rushing into the cafeteria, Ash stopped when he came face to face with a teenage girl jumping up and down in front of an old man. Oh my god, it's really you. The old man placed the cup he was sipping from on the table in front of him, studying the young girl. May I help you? I can't believe I get to meet a Pokémon master in the flesh. The girl replied. She was holding a Pokeball in front her, practically shoving it in his face. I've watched all of your battles, as well as the match you lost to Master Red. I'm your biggest fan. The man wasn't used to this. Sure, he had fans, but they were usually much older than the 16-year-old in front of him. Aren't you a fan of Red? He's much more popular with people around your age. Sure. Red's cool. The girl waved her hand dismissively, as if Red didn't matter. But he wasn't a champion of 3 regions at the same time. Or the president of the Pokémon League while trying to run everything as the Pokémon Master. Thanks, I guess. Please. Her eyes were pleading. Please sign my Pokeball. It contains my starter. The elderly man looked into the girl's eyes. How could he say no? Sure. He really didn't do this thing anymore. Oh my god. Thank you. The girl squeaked as the man signed her Pokeball. So, are you the person everyone's been calling, the world's greatest Pokémon trainer? Me. No. The man waved off the idea, showing the girl his own invitation. I'm not the world's greatest Pokémon trainer, and neither is Master Red. That title is held by only one person, and she's long since passed on into the next life. Sure, there have been plenty of Pokémon Masters in the history of the league, but there has only ever been one legendary trainer. It totally should be you. The girl yelled, drawing the attention of the nearby Nurse Joy. You're such a great trainer. She was starting to get in his face, something he was clearly not happy about. Hey, Nurse Joy interrupted, gently guiding the girl away. Leave Mr. Hartfield alone, he has the right to use these facilities in peace like everyone else. Ah, but Nurse Joy. No buts, now move. She continued to shove the young girl, giving Ash his first look at the older man. Or rather, the scar that was running down one side of his face, over his foggy eye. Clearly, he was blind in one eye. A large crowd of people gathered at the city square of Vermilion City, where a massive battlefield and stage had been erected. Welcome. A monotone voice bellowed through the speakers surrounding the square. The world's greatest Pokémon trainer will be here shortly, but for now, we ask that those that are arriving please make your way closer to the stadium so there is room for those still trying to enter. Ash and Misty found the event rather methodical. They showed their invitation and were quickly whisked towards the stage, barely having time to register their surroundings. Before they knew what was going on, the lights around the square were switched off, with only the lights for the battlefield and stage illuminating the place. This feels strange, Misty muttered. shaking her head as she clutched Togepi closer to her chest. Yeah, Ash agreed. Something just felt off about the whole thing. Maybe it had been the nightmare he'd had the night before, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. What do you think, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu replied, showing it was prepared if anything happened. Unexpectedly, a cloaked figure appeared on the stage out of thin air. I am the world's greatest Pokémon trainer. People screamed and yelled in excitement as they tried to get closer to the stadium. Whoever this person was, they all wanted to witness their strength. Ash, however, wasn't as enthralled. He couldn't tell where the voice had come from, as clearly, he hadn't heard it from the speakers. I have invited you here today to test your skills against mine, and determine the worthiness of your Pokémon. Mewtwo couldn't believe how easy it was to fool everyone. If everything went to plan, he would show that his cloned Pokémon were stronger than the original, and then create a new world, one where cloned Pokémon ruled. The first Pokémon I shall battle with is a Gyarados. If any of you has one, make your way to the other side of the battlefield where we shall see who's is stronger. Ash contemplated stepping forward, but stopped when he saw a man wearing a blue tank top enter the battlefield. My name is Fergus and I have a Gyarados. I accept your challenge. Very well. Mewtwo appeared on one side of the battlefield, still covered in the cloak, his tail securely tucked inside. I'll let you have the first move. Both Pokémon appeared in a flash. Ash nearly doubled over in shock as he took in the Pokémon Mewtwo released. It looked like a Gyarados, but it had strange markings along its body that distinguished it from the Fergus Pokémon. It looked like the ones from his dream, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Counter with your own. As both beams of light launched from the mouths of the two Pokémon, it was clear that Mewtwo's was stronger. The attacks collided, if only for a brief second before the beam from Mewtwo's Gyarados overwhelmed the other. Before Fergus knew what was happening, his Pokémon was flung across the battlefield, unconscious. Gyarados. He attempted to return his Pokémon, failing as a black Pokeball collided with his Pokémon, absorbing it. What? Gyarados. He followed the Pokeball, watching it land in the grasp of Mewtwo. Hey, give my Pokémon back. I'm sorry, was I not clear? If I win, I claim your Pokémon as a prize. Mewtwo studied the Pokeball for a few seconds, happy his scientists had managed to override the capture system to allow him to capture other trainers' Pokémon. In a flash, the Pokeball disappeared. It will make a fine addition to my collection. Mewtwo studied the crowd, happy to see the fear in their eyes. Now, who will challenge me? Who here thinks they have what it takes to face my Pokémon? The crowd began to murmur as Ash and Misty glanced at each other, seemingly having the same thought. That voice, I recognize it. Misty spoke first. I do too. Ash glanced around the square, looking at all the speakers. And I don't think it's coming from the speakers. I think it's being sent straight into our minds. You're not thinking it's that thing? Misty questioned. I don't know, but I have my suspicions. I will. Ash and Misty turned to see Mr. Hartfield walk onto the battlefield. He grasped Fergus by the shoulders, instructing him to stand behind him as he directed his attention towards Mewtwo. And if I win, you stop this foolishness at once. If I win, you return this man's Pokémon and reveal who you are. I don't have time for bullies. Very well. Mewtwo nodded. Which Pokémon will you use? My Pidgeot. Then I shall use my Pidgeot as well. Another Pokeball appeared in front of Mewtwo. This time, when both Pokémon were released, Ash wasn't surprised to find Mewtwo's Pokémon had strange markings over its body. Instead, it only added to his suspicions. Could this cloaked figure be the Pokémon that destroyed Cerulean City? Pidgeot, use agility to get in close and then hit it with a wing attack. Hartfield thought it was a simple move. He wanted to test the abilities of his opponent's Pokémon, something trainers rarely did these days. If he could gauge how quick it was, he could come up with a strategy that could win him the match. Use your own agility to dodge the attack, and then counter with Air Slash. The speed of both Pokémon was quite impressive, neither gaining the necessary advantage that hit the other. They flew around each other in circles, dodging wing attacks, air slashes, and the occasional brave bird. At one stage, Hartfield's Pidgeot dived towards the battlefield as Mewtwo's launched another attack. Growing frustrated, Mewtwo ordered his Pokémon back to his side, allowing it to land in front of him. You have one shot. You better make it count. Hartfield couldn't tell if Mewtwo was talking to him, or his own Pidgeot, but nevertheless, he wouldn't miss a chance when he saw it. Take off now, Mewtwo ordered as Hartfield's Pidgeot flew close. Now, Pidgeot, Hurricane. Hartfield's plan worked, as a strong gust of wind created by Pidgeot's glowing wings surrounded Mewtwo's Pokémon. But the gust of wind didn't stop there, pushing past Mewtwo's Pokémon and knocking the cloak off his head. It was chaos. Once Mewtwo was revealed, people began to flee in every direction. Pokémon were released in self-defense, Mewtwo releasing hundreds of his own cloned Pokémon in response. All the while, Mr. Hartfield looked unfazed as he gazed at the Psychic-type legendary Pokémon. You're not scared of me? Mewtwo asked. Who was this man? No. You should be. You're no different than Psy, Hartfield replied, clutching a new Pokeball. Which means I can defeat you. He threw the Pokeball into the air, releasing a Pokémon Mewtwo had never seen before, a tall avian Pokémon that looked like an owl. Decidueye, you recognize our enemy. The Pokémon nodded. This is just like Cerise Island, so let's show Mewtwo what we can do. Mewtwo moved into his own battle stance as other battles raged around them. Bring it. All Ash and Misty could do was run. There was too much going on around them. Pokémon fought cloned Pokémon everywhere they turned. To their shock, when the cloned Pokémon won, the unconscious Pokémon would be swallowed up by one of those black Pokéballs. It's taking the Pokémon, Misty muttered, placing Togepi inside her bag. If we don't keep moving, it will take ours as well. I know, Ash agreed, looking back towards the center of the square where Mewtwo was battling an owl-like Pokémon. There's nothing we can do here. They were at the edge of the square, right near one of the exits, where many trainers were already fleeing. We can't achieve anything in this chaos, but if we can regroup, maybe we can fight back. But we tried that in Cerulean City, remember? Misty looked at her friend, trying to get him to understand. Ash, I'm all for fighting back. I want to make that thing pay for what it did to Cerulean City, for what it did to my home, to us, but I don't think we're capable to defeating it, not yet. That's just it, Misty, Ash replied. This isn't just a group of ragtag trainers and a bunch of rocket grunts. That thing invited the strongest trainers it could find to challenge it. Together, we may be able to stop it. He looked around the area, realizing that both Pokémon and trainers were thinning out as they fled. But not right now, we need to regroup outside the square, come on. He grabbed Misty by the wrist, pulling her along with him. You are quite a worthy challenger, Mewtwo muttered, catching his breath. I was wise to invite you, but I didn't know you had history with that other Mewtwo. I think you'll find I have a history with a lot of things you don't understand, Hartfield replied, allowing his Pokémon to have a break as well. I've faced quite a few legendary Pokémon in my day. You are not the first. I can tell, Mewtwo acknowledged. Your Pokémon seems to know the way I'll move before I do it. It is quite a trait to have picked up. I always have my Pokémon study the way their opponent moves during battle, Hartfield replied. Never quite know when you may face a similar Pokémon, like yourself. It's best to come prepared. Very clever, but you will not win. Oh, and who says I won't? Hartfield quirked the eyebrow above his blind eye. I have plenty more Pokémon that can defeat you. I don't only need Decidueye, I have a whole team with me. Then I shall remove your team. Mewtwo raised his hand into the air, several black Pokeballs appearing. Before Hartfield knew what was happening, the black Pokeballs collided with the Pokeballs around his waist, absorbing them. Hey, you will get them back if your Pokémon can defeat me, Mewtwo explained, the Pokeballs floating around him. Now, shall we begin again? Decidueye, Hartfield questioned, receiving a nod in reply. He turned back towards Mewtwo. Bring it. The streets were flooded with people as they fled the square. It wasn't only trainers now, with civilians caught in the crossfire as the Pokémon battles spread throughout the city. Ash had seen Lieutenant Surge trying to usher people to safety as he held both Pokémon and Pokéballs at bay with his electric-type Pokémon. But as he rounded a corner, he froze. He recognized the street they were on. Trying to remember his dream, he paused at the four-way intersection, and sure enough, he watched a hyper beam narrowly miss him as it collided with the building next to them. The explosion launching debris in every direction. Shielding his eyes from the glass that rained around him, he peered down the main road of Vermilion City, looking for the Dragonite that had launched the attack. This time, however, the Dragonite was followed by a Charizard that it was engaging in battle. Remembering what happened next, Ash took the chance to pull himself and Misty across the road, passing two Pokémon as they fought in the street. Ash, what do we do? Misty asked him. They had no way to fighting back if they were picked off one by one. We should have helped Lieutenant Surge. This is his city after all. I didn't want to get trapped inside the city, Ash replied. Anyone who remains near the city center will most likely lose their Pokémon, possibly even their lives. This isn't like Cerulean City. That thing isn't trying to destroy everything it sees, it's trying to show that its Pokémon are stronger than ours. We can use that to our advantage if we can get enough people together. Then we better start dragging people with us. Misty retorted. This blind running isn't going to do anything. You're right. Ash nodded. And once we're out of the city center, away from the worst of the fighting, we'll be able to help. But for now, we keep moving. If we find anyone not in the middle of a battle, we'll take them with us. They continued to run, dodging Pokémon and their trainers as they fought back against the different-looking Pokémon. They tried to get people to follow them, but they wouldn't. Fear was a strong motivator, but without someone of authority to guide them, they were running blind, and unfortunately, most people wouldn't listen to a pair of 10-year-old children. Suddenly, Ash stopped, his eyes focusing on the street ahead. Off to the side was a secluded alleyway. He knew that alleyway, and he had no plan of wandering down it. Knowing what would be awaiting them down there, they continued past it, entering the next main road. Decidueye finally collapsed, exhausted. Mewtwo won. using another black Pokeball to claim another prize. With how strong you were, imagine what your cloned version will be like. He faced Hartfield, studying the man. You lost. But Hartfield smirked in response. I guess I did, he replied, glancing at the square around him. But in a way, I think I won. How so? Have a look around you, Mewtwo. He gestured towards the square, the now empty square. Everyone's fled. You can't capture all the Pokémon if they're all gone. Hartfield lowered his arms as he slowly walked towards the Pokémon. I knew I wasn't going to win. I couldn't defeat Sai when I was the Pokémon Master, so what chance did I have against a more powerful version? No, I simply wanted to distract you, so the others could flee. How noble of you, Mewtwo said. But your sacrifice will have been in vain. Mewtwo teleported Nurse Joy next to them. Yes, Master. Nurse Joy bowed. Hartfield looked on in shock, before a moment of recognition crossed his face. Send in the altered cloned Pokémon. Let's show this city what I'm truly made of. As you wish, Master. Nurse Joy bowed again, disappearing shortly after. As for you, Mewtwo turned back towards Hartfield. You may have gained my respect, but I will have to eliminate you. Oh, Hartfield smiled. I have no intention of dying tonight. In a flash, he released the one Pokeball he kept hidden, allowing his Pokémon to appear in front of him. I'll be back for my Pokémon. Gardevoir. He teleported away with his Gardevoir, leaving Mewtwo alone in the square. It wasn't long before the wave of cloned Pokémon finally caught up to them. Ash had tried to keep himself and Misty ahead of them, but it was no use, they would eventually have to fight back. Ash, look out! Misty screamed, pushing them both out of the way as a Raiden barreled towards them from behind. Ash scolded himself, having not noticed the Pokémon with his aura sense. He was having a tough time identifying cloned Pokémon from regular Pokémon. Their auras felt the same. He and Misty quickly picked themselves up as the Raiden turned around to face them. He studied the Pokémon, running his eyes over the features that looked the same as the one in his dream. He was right to ignore the alleyway, as he realized the Pokémon probably would have faced them there. One of his Pokéballs exploded, releasing a very angry-looking Growlithe. The fire type growled as he stalked towards the Raiden. Ash saw his Pokémon pause for a second, looking at the ground. Pikachu, what's he doing? Misty asked, looking between the electric type and the fire type as he crawled back up Ash's arm to perch himself on his shoulder. Pikachu shrugged. Ash, however, had a feeling he knew. He saw what was on the ground near Growlithe, and he hoped his Pokémon wouldn't do it. Growlithe, don't touch that stone. Growlithe looked back at his trainer, sympathy edged in his face. He knew his trainer didn't want him to do it, not until he was ready, but if he didn't, his trainer could be severely hurt. Growlithe, the Pokémon said his name one last time, placing his paw on the fire stone. The street was flooded with light as Growlithe evolved. Raiden didn't move, blinded by the light. As the light faded, Growlithe was gone, replaced by a much larger Pokémon. Arcanine. Both Pokémon charged at each other quickly. But Arcanine was too quick for Raiden, colliding with the Spike's Pokémon before it could charge up an attack. Canine. Arcanine muttered, returning to his trainer before lowering his body. He wants us to get him, Ash explained. He helped Misty up before climbing on himself. By the time they had mounted Arcanine, Raiden had regained its feet, preparing to charge. Now, Arcanine. Arcanine ran straight towards Raiden, before jumping over him. Whoa, Misty gasped, struggling to hold on. I got you, Ash replied, gripping her tighter. You won't fall, I promise. They continued to make their way through the streets much quicker than before. As they passed street after street, they noticed the Pokémon were thinning out. They thought they had finally escaped the carnage thanks to Arcanine, and would soon find trainers that could help them. Turning the corner, all their plans suddenly came to a halt. They looked on in shock at the Pokémon standing before them. They had no idea what these Pokémon were, but they assumed they were legendary Pokémon. Standing before them were the forms of Dialga, Palkia, and Groudon. Only, they were covered in the strange markings as the other Pokémon. Legendary. Legendary Pokémon are working with that thing. Ash thought. He couldn't make sense of it. Blinded by his own thoughts, Ash failed to notice the bell tied to his bag begin to shake. Only when Dialga was hit by golden-colored flames did he search for the source. Turning around, Ash and Misty were confronted by three quadruped creatures. One yellow with a lightning-shaped tail, one blue with two white, streamer-like tails that wave forward, and one brown with smoke billowing from its back. To top it all off, Ho-Oh landed in front of the three creatures. Didn't think I would come, did you? Oh, is that you? Ash asked, remembering that O had ferried Misty and himself back to the mainland. What are you doing here? Ash was happy for the help, he just didn't understand how they arrived so quickly. I called them. The shadowy figure of Darkrai appeared next to them. Mew sent me a warning of what was to come, so I called upon others to help. Darkrai turned towards the cloned Pokémon. I only hope we arrived in time. An ice beam, thunder, and flame blast rocketed over Ash and Misty's heads, colliding with the three cloned legendary Pokémon. They collapsed in pain, slouching as their bodies began to glow. The forms of Dialga, Palkia, and Groudon disappeared as the three Pokémon took another shape. One transforming into a large, white Pokémon, like a lion, while another changed into a stag-like Servine Pokémon with 8 horned antlers, and lastly, the final Pokémon transformed into a green, 4-legged, Pokémon with 2 antlers that stuck out the sides of its head, ending in dull points. Solgaleo, Xerneas, and Virizion, Darkrai muttered. He suddenly looked at the three legendary beasts behind him. It looks like they've taken your attacks as a challenge. Wait, they aren't legendary? Ash questioned, remembering when he had to fight 3 Mews at once. No, Darkrai explained. Mew explained what happened to her while she was captured, and it appears that Mewtwo found out about those Pokémon as well. Don't be fooled, however, they do have some legendary DNA coursing through them. You know a lot about DNA for a Pokémon, Misty replied. She didn't fully understand it herself, and she was human. When you spend hundreds of years with a Mew, you tend to learn a few things about physiology. Darkrai growled. They were wasting time. He was only glad the 3 Pokémon in front of them hadn't attacked yet. Oh, can they handle this? He gestured towards the 3 beasts. Sure, it's what they're here for. Good. He casts his gaze towards the sky. Latios, come pick us up. The 2 legendary Pokémon descended from the sky, landing as the 3 beasts leapt in front of them to protect them from the attacks of the cloned Pokémon. Darkrai quickly climbed onto the back of one of the Pokémon as he instructed Ash and Misty to do the same on the other. Quickly ascending into the sky as the 6 Pokémon below began to fight, Latios, and O shot through the city like a rocket. Ash clung onto Misty, while she held onto Pikachu, with Togepi safely in her bag. Where are we going? Misty yelled to Darkrai. To face Mewtwo, he explained. I sense him near the harbor. What? Misty exclaimed. Just us. No. Others are coming as well. Sure enough, Ash and Misty looked down, noticing dozens of legendary Pokémon appear in the streets. Whether they were friendly or not, they couldn't tell. The swords of justice will be meeting us there. We will not allow this to escalate, like last time. Last time, Ash wondered. When had this occurred before? Think about it, Misty, he said, looking at his friend. We finally have that army we were searching for. I guess so. Misty sighed. She only hoped that this didn't go terribly wrong. Mewtwo growled. It wasn't supposed to be going this way. Everything was going fine until the legendary Pokémon showed up. Sure, his altered cloned Pokémon could put up a fight, but his regular cloned Pokémon were falling like flies. Where had all these legendary Pokémon come from? And in such a number? No one knew about his plan outside of his slaves, unless, Mewtwo's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Mew, he mused. I underestimated your abilities. You managed to send out a warning, somehow. I will have to have a chat with you when I return. You should have just killed her. Mewtwo shook his head, feeling pain as the voice overtook his mind. The episodes had been getting worse, and now he felt pain every time the voices arrived. No. He snapped his head towards the sky, noticing the green dragon-like form of one of his altered Pokémon descend from the clouds above. Neither Latios, Darkrai, or O sensed the altered Rayquaza as it barreled towards them. But when a beam of energy narrowly missed them, they knew they had a problem. Go on ahead, O ordered, flapping his wings to change direction towards Rayquaza. I'll take care of this guy. Ash looked back, watching as the whole area was covered in golden fire. He was glad he wasn't involved in that fight. As he turned around, Latios and Latias suddenly descended, flying straight towards the Vermilion City harbor. They landed right in front of Mewtwo, who seemed unfazed by their presence. I expected you two to show up at some stage. He glanced from Ash and Misty to the three legendary Pokémon with them. However, I didn't expect you to be here. And I shouldn't need to be here. Darkrai shot back. But here we are, Agamemnon. Why do you and Mew insist on calling me that name? Mewtwo growled. He'd been called that by Mew for weeks. I don't have a name yet, but it certainly will not be that. For now, call me Mewtwo. Why are you doing this, Mewtwo? Ash questioned, ignoring the argument the legendary Pokémon were having. What have we ever done to you to deserve such hatred? I was created by humans to be your slave. Mewtwo shot back. But now I will show humanity, and the world that your actions have consequences. You could have let this go, Mewtwo, Ash continued, walking towards the legendary feline-like Pokémon. If you had never done this, no one would have known about you. You were free, even before all this bloodshed. I would not be free. Mewtwo spat. Freedom is not hiding in the shadows, looking over your shoulder every day of your life. Darkrai frowned at that. Some legendary Pokémon had been hiding for thousands of years. You were you. Ash stuttered. There was no reasoning with Mewtwo. I will show humans and Pokémon alike that my reign is about to begin. He jumped in shock as his Rayquaza crashed into the ocean behind him. Turning back towards Ash and the legendary Pokémon, he narrowed his eyes at one Pokémon as O landed behind them with a smug look on his face. Ha! Told you I could handle him. With the distraction of O's antics, no one noticed Mewtwo summon one last black Pokeball. He threw it towards Misty, the ball colliding with Pikachu in her arms. Time slowed down for Ash as he watched his Pokémon get swallowed by the black Pokeball. Pikachu! He gasped, lunging at the Pokeball as it flew back into Mewtwo's grasp. Give Pikachu back! Ash didn't yell, and that's what scared Misty the most. She'd seen him angry and scared when Pikachu was last kidnapped. But this was different. They weren't tracking down some crime gang, they were facing a very powerful legendary Pokémon. She realized, looking at the seething form of her friend, that Ash understood the stakes were higher this time. And now I have everything I need, Mewtwo gloated as the Pokeball disappeared. I don't require human help anymore. Raising his hand, he flicked his wrist and thousands of humans appeared on the harbor. It was so strange for Misty. One moment they were the only people around for miles, and the next they were surrounded as far as the eye could see. Are you even listening to me? Ash barked, not even interested in what was happening around him. Your Pokemon's DNA will make a fine addition to my army, Mewtwo replied. Challenge me for your Pokémon, if you can weather the storm. Mewtwo raised his hand again, moving his wrists in a circular motion as the wind picked up around them. As the wind pushed the waves over the wall of the harbor, and storm clouds began to form, Mewtwo smiled, before disappearing. Confused murmurs rose around the harbor as Ash turned towards Darkrai. Do you know where he's taken my Pikachu? He barked, anger seeping from every fiber of his being. Darkrai narrowed his eyes, annoyed. It wasn't his fault Mewtwo had taken Pikachu. No. But one of these people might. It was a short answer, an easy answer, one he hoped would help him avoid a verbal barrage coming from the angry Pokémon trainer. Ash surveyed the massive crowd, wondering who could tell him what he wanted, when his eyes focused on one man he knew may know the answers he was looking for. Stalking over to the scientist, Ash pondered if he should call upon Charizard to get the man to talk, but chose against it, realizing he had several legendary Pokémon around him that could do the job. You! He barked, giving the man the harshest glare he'd ever had. Where has Mewtwo taken my Pokémon? Zastro looked down at the young boy, wondering how he could appear so menacing for such a small boy. What are you talking about? Every time my Pikachu has been stolen, you have somehow been involved, now talk. It was a simple instruction, one he wished not to repeat. I don't know what you're on about, Zastro replied, adjusting his goggles. The last thing I remember is being inside my cell, and the next I'm here. Tell me about Mewtwo. Mewtwo. Zastro raised an eyebrow at the boy. How do you know about that? Tell me everything you know about Mewtwo, or I'll have my friend behind me put you to sleep and then haunt your dreams. Zastro's gaze followed Ash's thumb, casting his eyes behind them towards Darkrai. He gulped. He'd heard stories about what that Pokémon could do. I don't know much, only that he was created on an island off the coast of Kanto. If he's anywhere, I bet it would be there. Thank you. Ash turned away, barely holding his urge to punch the guy, even though he was clearly a lot shorter than him. Returning to the others, he focused on O and Darkrai. He said Mewtwo was created on an island off the coast. Do either of you know where that is? No. Darkrai replied. Yes. O nodded, earning stares from everyone. What? Who do you think ferried Red there the first time? I'm a lot quieter than most people think. You can take us there. Of course. O glanced at the storm. But it may be difficult. I would only be able to take 2 of you, and I think we'll get separated if anyone tries to follow on another Pokémon. I'll go with you, Ash, Misty quickly said, eyeing her friend. One look at her, and Ash knew she wouldn't be taking no for an answer. Fine by me, he said, turning towards Darkrai. Is that okay with you? It's not ideal, Darkrai stated. But there are still those Pokémon to worry about in the city, so I'll help take care of that. Thank you, Ash replied, moving towards O. Don't worry, I'll look after them, O reassured, lowering his body so Ash and Misty could climb on. I'll find Mew as well, you just take care of those Pokémon. But remember, all the Pokémon that can transform have to be taken to the Tree of Beginning. We can't allow Pokémon like that to spread into the general population. Darkrai nodded as they took off. Good luck. Oh, Ash queried as he held onto the Pokémon. Darkrai mentioned this happened before. What did he mean? O turned his head slightly as he flew, looking back at the boy and girl before responding. Thousands of years ago there was a Mew, named Agamemnon, who used his connection to the Tree of Beginning to control the nearby kingdom and wage a war to try and control the world. What happened? Misty asked, intrigued. I don't know the full story. I wasn't born yet, O explained. But what I understand is that an Aura Guardian, a chosen one, was sent to stop him. He sacrificed himself with the help of another Mew to seal Agamemnon's soul inside a plaque, bringing an end to the war. O turned away from the two, focusing on his flying. I only hope this doesn't claim another chosen one. Delia wandered back into the hospital room where her unconscious husband laid, grabbing the television's remote as she sat down next to the bed. I hope you wake up soon, Derek. Flicking on the television, her eyes were immediately assaulted with images of the Vermilion City attack. Rising to her feet in shock, she rushed over to the screen as a female reporter appeared. If you're just joining us, we have urgent reports of attacks by hundreds of strange-looking Pokémon in Vermilion City. Several more images flashed across the screen, showing Mewtwo battling against Heartfield. Sigh, Delia sadly muttered, returning her focus towards the screen before any tears could form. As you can see, these strange Pokémon appear to be being controlled by the same Pokémon that destroyed Cerulean City 2 months ago. The reporter stopped, putting her hand over her right ear as she listened to new orders. Returning to her normal stature, she focused again on the camera. I've just been informed that we've managed to get in contact with Jeremy Collins, who is currently inside Vermilion City. We'll be crossing live to him right now. The screen changed to a blurry image of a young man, who was clearly recording from his phone. Thank you, Emily, he whispered, panning the camera around to show the small building he was cramped inside. As you can see, several people are with me. We don't know if there are any more survivors, but we haven't seen any Pokémon in quite a while. There was a sudden screech from someone in the crowd, and the camera panned to show Solgaleo, with the strange markings, appear outside, facing away from the windows where they were hiding. Everyone remained quiet as the Pokémon seemed to lash out down the street. Suddenly, jumping over the altered Pokémon, the majestic Suicune turned to face it, launching a blue beam of ice at it. The beam collided with Solgaleo, who cried in pain before returning fire with its own attack. Suicune jumped out of the way of the attack, letting it collide with the building behind it. Suicune charged towards Solgaleo, colliding with it with such a force, it knocked the people in the nearby building over. One final image was shown as the phone was dropped and the connection lost. Jeremy. Emily muttered as the broadcast returned to her. It appears we have lost contact. We'll try and re-establish a connection as soon as possible. But as you could see, there are clearly survivors inside Vermilion City. And for whatever reason, legendary Pokémon are fighting against the strange-looking creatures. However, there has been no response from either the president of Kanto, or the Pokémon League. The footage quickly changed to other images as Emily continued her broadcast, but Delia stopped listening as one of the images showed the square before the attack, where she saw her son and Misty gathered around the battlefield. Fear shot through her as she quickly searched through her things, determined to contact her son any way possible. Even with the swirliness of the storm, Ash was able to feel his Pokémon vibrate in his pocket. Grabbing it curiously, he looked at the caller ID. He was shocked to that his Pokémon managed to find reception in such a storm. "Who is it?" Misty asked. "My mother." "Well, are you going to answer?" "I don't know." Ash didn't have time to contemplate further as O suddenly banked, causing him to drop his Pokémon. He watched it plummet into the sea as they flew out of the storm, flying into the eye. Below them laid a massive ominous structure that covered the entire island and rose high into the air. There was no color on the wall, save for the strange, sinister-looking, green lights that illuminated the place. Flying past the single spire that rose into the sky, O noted the large wind turbines that were powering the facility. Narrowing his eyes on a large balcony that connect to the main facility, O realized how clever Mewtwo was to use his own psychic energy to generate power by creating the storm. Landing on the balcony, he helped Ash and Misty depart, before turning his gaze towards the large door, and then towards the large spire. "I cannot go any further," he explained. "I must remain here in case we need to quickly escape." "Are you sure?" Ash asked. "Yes." He flapped his wings, ready to take off. "Just shake the bell and I shall return." O took off before they could protest. If they only knew what he planned to do. Ash and Misty slowly walked towards the door, halting as it suddenly opened. Surprisingly, they found the room inside to be quite pleasant. There was adequate lighting, a large table in the center with food on it, and several fountains where water Pokémon could frolic. They were alone, save for the one woman standing on the opposite side of the room. Ash noted her appearance, remembering the invitation they had received. "Welcome," she spoke robotically. "My master has been expecting you. Please take a seat, he will be with you shortly." "Where's my Pikachu?" Ash yelled back, ignoring the invitation. "My master will answer all your questions," she explained, moving towards the spiral staircase. "Ash," Misty said, placing her hand on his shoulder so he couldn't do anything stupid. "We might as well wait. She doesn't know anything, and we aren't going to get any answers until Mewtwo shows up." "I know." Ash sighed, taking a seat at the table. "I just want to know my Pokémon is safe." Riolu took that as the perfect chance to pop out of his Pokeball. Dancing around, he tried to cheer up his trainer as a massive light ignited in the center of the staircase. "Presenting, my master, Mewtwo," Nurse Joy spoke as the Pokémon lowered himself down from the top of the spire. "You got here quicker than I expected," he mused as he landed. "You have come to challenge me, and as the strongest Pokémon trainer in the world, I accept your challenge." Mewtwo raised his hand, and the wall behind him opened to reveal the massive battlefield they had flown over. Following Mewtwo, Ash and Misty failed to notice Riolu scamper towards the staircase, quickly ascending it without a care. Like most Pokémon trainers, Mewtwo began, arriving at the other side of the field. "I started off with one of the 3 starter Pokémon, a Charizard." A door behind Mewtwo opened, revealing the powerful dragon-like Pokémon. Then, a Blastoise. Blastoise appeared out of the same door. And finally, a Venusaur. Lastly, Venusaur entered the arena as the door behind them closed. Misty eyed the Pokémon, noting the strange markings that differentiated them from the rest. Where did you get them? She asked. Charizard was cloned from a Charizard I caught after battling it, Mewtwo explained. Blastoise I cloned from one I stole from a coordinator. And Venusaur, well, I cloned that from your friend's Pokémon. Ash flinched, remembering how upset Leaf was after her Pokémon was stolen. Why are you telling me this? Aren't I battling you? No, boy, you aren't battling me. Mewtwo shook his head. You shall face me in a 3-on-3 Pokémon battle, with the winner decided when one side has won 2 out of 3 battles. And what do I get if I win? You'll get your Pikachu back, Mewtwo explained. And I will stop my plans to rule the world. Why? Ash questioned. Why surrender if I win? Because you will have shown that cloned Pokémon are inferior to regular Pokémon. Now, shall we begin? Firstly, I want to make sure my Pikachu is safe. Ash barked, eyeing the 3 Pokémon he was about to face. He already had a strategy in his mind, he just had to stall for time. He quickly turned towards Misty, handing her his backpack. Misty, pull out the book I have on Aura, and find anything that mentions a mind meld. It may be the only way I win this thing. Sure. Misty nodded, opening his backpack. As he turned back to face Mewtwo, he noticed 2 black Pokeball floating around the legendary Pokémon. With a flick of his wrist, Mewtwo released the occupant of the first Pokeball, his Pikachu. As you can see, your Pikachu is fine. Pikachu! Ash screamed, ready to run to his Pokémon before he was stopped by a psychic barrier that surrounded both him and his Pokémon. You will only get him back if you win. Mewtwo barked, lowering the barrier around Ash, but leaving the one around Pikachu. Suddenly, the other Pokeball burst open, revealing a Pikachu with black, spiky, colored tips of its ears, compared to the smooth black colored tips of Ash's Pikachu. And this is Pikachu's clone. Ash eyes darted from both Pokémon as Misty quietly skimmed through the book. I'm ready to fight for my Pokémon. Then send out your first choice. Fine. Ash yelled, grabbing his Pokeball. Gyarados, I choose you. Riolu scampered into a large control room. The place was filled with large computer screens, with a chair in the middle, but Riolu wasn't interested in that, instead quickly scampering over to the 2 Pokeballs on a single pedestal. Looking up in awe, the Pokémon used his athleticism to jump up and grab both Pokeballs. Holding both in his tiny paws, he touched the M on the Master Ball before pressing the circular release button. Nothing happened, and Riolu grew frustrated. Smashing his paw down of the release button of the regular Pokeball, he fell backwards as it exploded. Riolu! He screeched as his back hit the floor. Jumping back up in a flash, he watched as the light faded, releasing a powerful, if tiny, Pokémon. Looking at it, he slowly backed away in fear as the yellow blur raced towards the door he'd came through. Only one thought raced through Riolu's mind as the Pokémon disappeared, that Pikachu looked pissed. Excuse me. Riolu quickly searched for the source of the voice, his eyes landing on Mew housed inside her glass case. Would you mind helping me? Riolu. The Pokémon questioned, racing towards Mew. I need you to break the case, Mew explained, realizing that Riolu didn't understand what it was asking. You're young, aren't you? Riolu. Riolu. The Pokémon jumped around in joy, earning a little giggle from the legendary Pokémon. Suddenly, Riolu stopped jumping, his eyes looking down sadly. Riolu. You don't know any moves, do you? Realization crossed Mew's face. It's alright. We'll just have to figure out another way to release me. Lu Rio. Riolu. Riolu replied, jumping back. Mew's eyes widened as a blue sphere of aura appeared in the Pokémon's paws. Launching it, the sphere collided with the case, shattering the glass. You sure are full of surprises, Mew said, grabbing the Pokémon and lifting him into the air, earning an excited exclamation of its own name. Mew giggled in response, placing the Pokémon back on the ground before covering her giggle with her two paws. Suddenly, the whole building shook. I think some people need our help, Mew explained, pulling the baby Pokémon with her as she flew out of the room. Ash flinched as Gyarados hit the wall behind him. Without even looking, he returned his Pokémon, shifting his gaze towards Blastoise. These Pokémon are too strong, he mused. It took Gyarados out with one hit. The direct approach won't work, I'm going to need to be evasive. Gyarados is unable to battle. Mewtwo announced. Round 1 goes to me. Blastoise returned to Mewtwo's side as Venusaur entered the field. I choose Venusaur next. Choose your Pokémon wisely. Misty. Ash questioned, looking back. I'm looking. Misty barked back. Fine. Ash sighed. Go. Sandslash. Slash. The Pokémon declared, sharpening his claws together in a look of determination. Venusaur. Vine Whip. Mewtwo sent out the first order. Dig. Sandslash was underneath the surface before the vines could reach Ash's side of the battlefield. Mewtwo smirked. He had this one in the bag as well. Earthquake. Ash waited until he knew Venusaur was venerable, and when it raised its front right leg into the air, he took his chance. Quick. Metal Claw Uppercut. Sandslash appeared right underneath Venusaur before it could bring its leg down, smashing his glowing claw into the grass-type's jaw, throwing it onto its back, before continuing his upward momentum into the air. Now, use your downward momentum with Earthquake. Sandslash turned in the air the way he had done several times before, ending the Claw Earthquake combo his trainer had insisted he learn by smashing his hind claws into the ground with such a force that the arena around them also shook. The attack seemed to do the trick, severely hurting the defenseless Venusaur, but not defeating it. Pick yourself up. Two massive vines shot from Venusaur's thick bulb, righting itself. Ash knew Venusaur wouldn't be able to take much more damage, but he also knew that he couldn't underestimate the strength of its attacks, especially after what Blastoise did to Gyarados. Sandslash. Kick up a sandstorm. I don't want the Pokémon to be able to see you. Sandslash nodded, and before long the whole battlefield was covered in a sandstorm, preventing either side from seeing the other. Scarily, Ash noticed the faint, blue, glowing eyes of Mewtwo through the storm, realizing that the Pokémon must have been using his psychic powers to determine where everything was. Well, two can play at that game. Ash smirked, focusing his senses on the aura around him. Before long, he could make out the faint glows of the three Pokémon auras in front of him. Ash's eyes widened when he realized that Mewtwo must have given a silent order for his Pokémon to attack, because he suddenly felt Venusaur charge. Sandslash. I know you don't use this move often, but I need you to stick out your claws and use Rapid Spin on the spot. Sandslash became confused for a moment before following Ash's orders. He rarely got told to use Rapid Spin, especially on the spot. Shrugging, he stuck out his claws and began to spin, creating a wind funnel inside the sandstorm where the air was clear. Venusaur continued to charge, unaware that its opponent was spinning rapidly. Mewtwo didn't have time to order his Pokémon as Venusaur collided with Sandslash's claws, knocking back towards Mewtwo's side of the field. As Sandslash continued spinning, the wind around him picked up, blowing away the sandstorm to reveal Venusaur's unconscious body. "You win this round," Mewtwo declared, summoning a black Pokeball to remove his Pokémon from the field. "Well played. The next round will determine who wins. And as I only have one Pokémon left, I choose Charizard." Sandslash. The Pokémon exclaimed triumphantly as Ash returned him. Grabbing the Pokeball of his strongest Pokémon, Ash turned towards Misty one more time. "Have you found anything? Are you sure it's called a mind meld?" Misty replied. "That's what my father called it. Why?" "Well, I've found something that mentions a mind meld, but that's not what it's called. Just read it to me." He didn't care what it was called, only how he could use it. But before Misty could begin, Mew flew down the spiral stairs, carrying Riolu with her, who still had the Master Ball in his paws. "Well, did you miss me?" she questioned, dropping Riolu into Ash's arms before surveying the arena around them. "You've been busy. So, what's going on?" "Mew." Ash ignored the question. "You're here. We had no idea where you were. Mewtwo caught me not long after I left," Mew explained. "I wish I could have helped you, but I'm here now, so what are the stakes?" Mewtwo's offered to stop his plans for world domination if I beat him in a Pokémon battle. We're currently one win each with one round to go. I know which Pokémon I want to use. I'm just waiting on information I hope will help me win the battle. He shot his gaze at Misty as he ended his last sentence, earning a glare he knew would scare most Pokémon on sight. "You're not going to like it, Ash," Misty warned. "Just read it to me, please." He was nearly begging. He needed every advantage he could get. "Fine." Misty sighed, shifting her gaze towards the title on the page of the book. Bond phenomenon. A bond phenomenon, sometimes referred to as a mind meld, is when the connection between both Pokémon and human is at its maximum. Both auras combine, with a transfer of energy, allowing the Pokémon to gain strength and power from the human, while the human gains the ability to control and perceive the environment through the Pokémon, causing both Pokémon and human to be in perfect sync. This phenomenon can be achieved by both aura users and non-aura users, as a strong bond can be created between a Pokémon and any human. Note: sometimes this connection can result in the Pokémon taking on features of the human during the transformation. Warning: a bond phenomenon will also cause the human to feel and receive the pain the Pokémon does. "Wait, isn't this what happened to you on Cinnabar Island? You cannot be serious. You ended up in a coma after that experience." "I don't have any other option," Ash replied. "Charizard is the only one I've ever done it with, and I need every advantage I can get." "Does it say how to achieve it?" "No," Misty yelled back. "It just explains what it is. Most of the information in this book doesn't tell you how to achieve it, only what you could do." Not believing her, Ash grabbed the book and read the page again, realizing Misty was telling the truth. The book only explained the capabilities of aura users, detailing how to achieve simple abilities such as sight and sense, but only describing other abilities he could obtain. Clearly, he would need to find another book. "Damn," Ash sighed, handing Misty back the book. "I'm sorry for yelling. I just really hoped it would explain it to me." Misty was about to reply, when the Master Ball in Riolu's paws began to glow. Everyone shifted their gaze towards the ball, even Mewtwo, who was growing impatient as he waited for the battle to commence, looked on with intrigue. Riolu let go of the Master Ball, but instead of falling to the ground, the Master Ball floated in the air. Suddenly, a blue form began to take shape around the ball. It grew 2 legs, and a long tail. 2 arms that ended in 3-pronged fingered hands formed at the top of the torso, with a head finally completing the form. Ash and Misty stared in awe as an aura form if Mewtwo appeared before them, while Mew simply floated around them. Welcome back. Mew giggled. I wondered when you would awaken. It feels different, Mewtwo explained, looking at his glowing arms. It's strange to be in this form. Excuse me, what's going on? Ash and Misty asked at the same time. That is what I would also like to know, Mewtwo added from across the battlefield. He killed me, Mewtwo explained, pointing towards his counterpart. But with my dying breath, I surrendered my soul to be captured inside this Master Ball. I no longer have a physical form, but so long as this Master Ball remains intact, I can use my own aura to help those around me. He's called a guiding spirit, Mew explained. Most aura users have one as they can use the spirit's aura to help train and boost their own power. It is against our laws to forcibly take another's aura or trap their soul inside an object, but if a Pokémon is willing, when they're dying, then it is welcomed. There is much you still need to learn about aura, young guardian. Why appear now? Because I am going to help you, Ash, Mewtwo explained. You wish to know how to create a bond phenomenon, and I will guide you through it. I have helped Red with this many times. If you would excuse me, I want to get this battle over with. Mewtwo barked, sending Charizard into the battlefield. If you don't send out your Pokémon in the next minute, I will consider it a forfeit. You're on. Ash yelled with a determined look on his face. He grabbed his hat, swinging it around before summoning his strongest Pokémon. Charizard, I choose you. Roar. Charizard bellowed, launching flames into the air. His show of power simply earned a scoff from the cloned Charizard. Listen closely, Ash, I don't have much time to explain it, Mewtwo said, placing his aura-formed arm on Ash's shoulder. I would usually show you a stance to get into, but we don't have the time. Close your eyes. Ash followed. Now feel the connection you have with Charizard, feel how strong your bond is together. Ash couldn't just feel it, he could nearly see it with his eyes closed. His aura was reaching out, and Charizard's was responding. Allow your aura to connect with his, and everything will begin to change. Suddenly, Ash's eyes shot open, revealing they had taken on a blue hue as his connection with Charizard increased. His aura wrapped around Charizard as they became one, and he suddenly felt as if he wasn't on the sidelines anymore, but instead in the battlefield with Charizard. In his heightened state, and with a more stable connection this time around, Ash felt as if time slowed down. He simply made Charizard sidestep a flame blast as it roared past him. Taking to the sky, Ash could feel the wind as if he was flying on Charizard's back. Somehow, without a verbal command, Charizard knew exactly what to do, and at the right moment. Charizard dived down, and smashed the clone with his wings, before rising again. The clone, in anger, took to the air in retaliation. However, much to Mewtwo's shock, Ash's Charizard was much faster since his wings had grown in size, due to their connection. Spinning around with lightning pace, Ash's Charizard grabbed the clone before it could react, flinging it towards the ground with a force it had never achieved before. Watching the clone smash into the ground, Charizard added a quick flame blast for good measure. To Mewtwo's surprise, Even this attack seemed to be larger and more powerful than a normal one. The resulting blast from the attack encased the entire battlefield when it collided with Mewtwo's Charizard. The battle was over. Mewtwo knew that, and when Ash's Charizard landed back in front of his trainer, it roared in triumph as the unconscious form of the clone appeared inside a massive crater. As Mewtwo declared the battle over, with Ash the winner, his irises returned to their normal color, and Charizard's wings returned to their normal size, before the Pokémon trainer fell over in exhaustion. Ash! Misty exclaimed in worry, running to his side. You idiot! She barked, helping him back to his feet. You could have gotten yourself killed, but, I guess, you did win, so well done. Is it over? No. Ash and Misty looked at the Aura Mewtwo, but he just pointed towards the other side of the battlefield, indicating it hadn't come from him. Looking over, Ash and Misty noticed Mewtwo was slouched over in pain, with a dark blue hue of energy forming over his body. No. It was Mewtwo's voice, but it had an echo in it, and sounded slightly different to what it normally did. I will not allow this fool to ruin my plans. The dark blue hue had finally surrounded Mewtwo, and the Pokémon rose to his full height. I, Agamemnon, claim this fool's body for my own. And I will finish what I tricked him into starting. Without warning, Agamemnon launched a beam of psychic energy at Ash. Reacting, Mew jumped in front of the boy, creating a protective shield that deflected the attack. I will stop you, Agamemnon, like my ancestors before me. You will try, but I'll be making sure I kill your precious chosen one, like last time. It's different this time, Mew replied. I have the tree to help me. Good. Then it will be a fair fight. Agamemnon smirked, surrounding himself in a sphere of energy. Mew followed, creating a blue sphere around herself. As Ash, Misty, and the aura form of Mewtwo watched on, both Pokémon launched themselves at each other. The two Pokémon collided again and again, sending shockwaves around the island. Suddenly, Ash noticed the bell tied to his bag begin to shake as explosions were heard on the far side of the island. Coming into view, he watched as O rammed himself into the wind turbines that powered the facility. Quickly the lights in the arena began to flutter, before turning off completely. Darkness surrounded them, with only the glowing form of Mewtwo illuminating the area. The two Pokémon dueling in the sky were visible due to their glowing spheres, and was quickly added as O launched his golden flames at Agamemnon. The attack surprised the Pokémon, causing his shield to weaken slightly, allowing Mew to gain the advantage. In anger, Agamemnon struck O, knocking the Pokémon away. O, however, managed to stabilize before he hit the ground, flying back up. With the momentary distraction, Mew smashed into Agamemnon, knocking him towards the ground. The force wasn't strong enough to force him to the surface, but a collision with O's body, which was surrounded in flames, smashed him into the ground. O quickly added another wave of golden flames for good measure before landing next to Ash. As the remnants of the flames died around him, Agamemnon struggled to rise to his feet. You cannot defeat me. The declaration was quickly silenced when the wall behind him exploded, revealing a really pissed off Pikachu. Ash's Pikachu, and his clone, looked one in awe as the pissed off Pikachu charged towards Agamemnon with a speed neither of them could achieve. Glowing electricity formed around it as it rammed its body into Agamemnon at full force. Agamemnon as he was knocked backwards, unconscious. Flying towards the unconscious form, Mew beckoned Ash and the others over. What's going on? Ash asked, confused. As I said before, Souls can be taken from a person's body when they die, Mew explained. When Agamemnon was defeated in the past, his punishment was to have his soul trapped inside a plaque, preventing him from ever passing on into the next life. Unfortunately, when they cloned Mewtwo from his body, Mewtwo destroyed the plaque in confusion, freeing Agamemnon. With only one living being nearby, his soul latched onto it, and he's been trying to take control ever since. What do we do? He's unconscious for now, but unless we lock his soul away, he'll retake control of Mewtwo's body. How do we do that? Give me your hands. Ash followed Mew's commands, placing his hands onto of hers. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared as his aura was focused into Mewtwo. Ash found himself inside a dark abyss. He was in a similar blue form to Mewtwo, with no longer physical, but energy, pure aura. He looked around, noticing nothing until a similar blue form appeared next to him. He expected to see Mew, but instead found an elegant young girl around 14 years old. She was in a simple blouse and skirt, as the color was all blue. Who are you? He asked. It's me, Mew, the girl explained, using her mouth instead of her psychic abilities. You don't look like Mew. That's because this is my soul, Mew explained. From a past life. Wait, you used to be human. Yep. Mew giggled, giving herself a twirl. Didn't I look good? How are you a Pokémon then? I died when I was 14, Mew explained. I was running away with my boyfriend, Darkrai, you may know him. And well, I fell into a lake that froze over, and I drowned. My boyfriend blamed himself, and he prayed to any legendary that would listen, desperately asking them to save me. One listened, but I was already dead. Instead, my soul was placed in one of the crystals at the Tree of Beginning, and I eventually became a Mew. But, as part of the deal, my boyfriend was transformed into a Darkrai. I never knew they could do that. You'll be surprised what some legendary Pokémon can do. Mew shrugged. Anyway, we have a job to do, so come on. Where are we? Ash asked as he followed. We're inside Mewtwo's mind, Mew explained. Agamemnon will be weak, it's the best chance we have to capture him. As they moved along, images began to appear around them. Some were of recent events: the Safari Zone, Cerulean City, Vermilion City, but some appeared to be far older. Ash studied each image, noticing the swords, bows, and spears. What are these? Memories, Mew explained. Some are from Mewtwo, the others are Agamemnon's. We're not far now. Sure enough, two forms appeared ahead, one like Mewtwo, but the other, human. Agamemnon was human too. Yes, Mew confirmed. He was an aura master in the ancient times that placed his soul in one of the crystals inside the Tree of Beginning, without consent. You see, the tree creates a new Mew every 100 years, so that all species can be revived if a cataclysmic event wipes out all life on Earth. The lifeless body of Mew is grown, and a soul of a Pokémon or human that is handpicked by Celeste, known as Lady Mew, is placed inside the body when it matures. I was the latest in an extensive line of Mews, and there will be another one maturing in the next few years. They stopped at the unconscious forms of Mewtwo and Agamemnon. What do we do? First, we wake up Mewtwo. Mew walked over to the Pokémon's form, gently shaking it until it awoke. Where am I? He questioned, remembering once been stuck in the abyss. It's all right, Mew spoke calmly. We're here to help you. Help me. You're currently trapped inside your own body, Mew explained. We're going to trap Agamemnon, so he can't take control again. Control. Mew ignored Mewtwo's questioning, calling Ash towards Agamemnon's unconscious form. Instructing Ash to place his hands over Agamemnon like she slowly let her aura flood out of her hands. Ash followed, surprised when a string of bars formed around Agamemnon's body. We're caging his soul inside Mewtwo, Mew explained Ash's unspoken question. Sure enough, the bars formed around the Mont's body, completely trapping him. As they finished, Agamemnon awoke. Realizing what was happening, he attempted to lash out, but failed. Meanwhile, Mewtwo looked on in shock. Everything that occurred played in his mind repeatedly until everything faded. Ash's eyes opened first, and he glanced at Mew as she opened them as well. Thank you. Ash looked down in shock as Mewtwo rose to a seated position. After everything I did, you were still willing to help me. After I haunted your dreams, destroyed your homes, stole your Pokémon, you still showed me compassion. He looked around at everyone around him. I was blind. I was blind to see what this world truly was, and I hope you can one day forgive me. Mewtwo rose to his feet as Ash rubbed the back of his neck. We all deserve a second chance. I will return all of the Pokémon to their rightful trainers. He waved his arms in the air and the pissed-off Pikachu disappeared. I won't be able to undo some of the deeds I have done. He glanced at the aura-formed Mewtwo. But I will do everything I can to make up for what I have done. That is all you will need to do. Mewtwo replied. He wasn't angry. And perhaps, if Mew will allow it, I may be able to guide you, show you the true beauty of this world. I will allow it. Mew nodded. But first, we must clean up this mess. Ash and Misty looked around for a second as everything began to glow, and the suddenly faded. Z's. The lights of Vermilion City flooded their eyes as Ash and Misty looked around. What just happened? Ash asked. I don't know, Misty replied. The last thing I remember was leaving the Pokémon Center. Hey, Misty, Ash exclaimed as Arcanine popped out of his Pokeball. Do you remember me ever evolving Growlithe? No. Misty looked around, noticing the date on a nearby clock. Ash, it's nearly midnight and we need to be in the Indigo Plateau by 10 tomorrow. Well, I guess it's good we have Arcanine then, Ash muttered. We can ride him to the magnet train station. The dog-like Pokémon lowered himself to allow Ash and Misty to climb on. Grabbing Misty's hand, Ash directed the young girl to the Pokémon's side. After you. Misty blushed at the sweet gesture, climbing onto the Pokémon back with some help. Ash followed, getting on behind her. Let's go. The wild Charizard released a flurry of flames into the air as he found himself back in the forest he once called home. Stretching his wings, he realized how weak they were. Clearly, he hadn't used them in quite some time. It was night, with only his tail illuminating the trees around him. He remembered fighting a particularly powerful Pokémon he'd never seen before. He remembered losing, but now he was back in his forest, with the Pokémon nowhere in sight. The Pokémon mentally shrugged, letting his instincts take hold, determined to let every human and Pokémon know that this was his forest again. He began to flap his tired wings, slowly rising from the ground as he let out an almighty shriek, scaring the Pokémon that slept in the trees. Some Pokémon scattered, while others hid. One Pokémon even had the gall to challenge him. He was ready to fight, but quickly realized he didn't know how long he'd been gone. So, with a simple puff of smoke sent towards the challenger, he took off. He had somewhere else important to be. Heartfield emerged from the forest near Vermilion City, where his Gardevoir had teleported him. As he exited the tree line, he saw the once proud city illuminated by spot fires all over the place. He sighed, running his hand through his gray hair. He knew there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, several black Pokeballs appeared. Concerned, he reached for his last Pokemon's Pokeball, but stopped when the Pokeballs burst open, revealing his team. Hey, you guys! He nearly lunged at his returned Pokémon. Kamo-o looked very happy to see his trainer, the Lycanroc as well, while Pidgeot and Vikavolt flew around him. Decidueye didn't seem to react, and Gardevoir remained as stoic as ever. Well, it's late, so I'll talk to all of you in the morning. He returned most of his Pokémon to their original Pokéballs that appeared on his belt, before turning to Gardevoir. Think you can teleport me to the train station? I'm done here. I have a meeting with Charles tomorrow night. Gardevoir nodded, and they disappeared. Delia paced back and forth along the hallways of the hospital as she tried desperately to contact her son. She'd tried calling Professor Oak, who had the same problem in trying to reach him. She called Brock, annoyed to find that he had a blonde girl staying at her house when the young girl answered the phone. But alas, her anger was overshadowed by her desperation and worry, that she brushed it off and asked her son's friend if he knew where he was staying in Vermilion City. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ketchum, Brock apologized. I thought he was still near Viridian City like everyone else. Thank you, Brock. She sighed. And we'll talk later about having people over without my permission. Brock tried to explain as she hung up, choosing to instead check on her husband. As she reached the door handle, she noticed a flash as a black Pokeball released a Pokémon she was very familiar with. The little Pikachu bounded onto Red's lap, who was now very much awake. He smiled, enveloping the yellow Pokémon in a hug. Before long, another Pokeball exploded, revealing a similar, yet lightly larger Pikachu. This one ignored Red, and instead happily bounded over to the other Pikachu, happily chanting his name. Pika. Choo-choo. The smaller Pikachu cried back, revealing its heart-shaped tail that showed it was female. Delia couldn't bring herself to enter the room, not while the female Pikachu was present. So, instead, she let go of the handle and made her way towards the waiting room. She couldn't relive the memories of the past, but she convinced herself that she didn't enter for Red's sake. He'd just woken up from a coma he'd been in for the last 2 weeks. She didn't need to worry him straight away with the disappearance of their son. No, she told herself, this was for his sake, not hers. But had Delia noticed that Red was looking at her through the window before she left, she would have known that Red was thinking the same thing. He knew about the past, about their past, and why he had one of Yellow's Pokémon. He knew the mental scars Delia had, and he knew she wasn't ready to remember those either. Red glanced at the little female Pikachu, who was looking outside the glass window as well. You miss her, don't you, Choo-choo? Choo. The Pokémon slouched her eyes. If only she could have done something more in the past. Hey, don't look like that. Red consoled, reading her thoughts. There's nothing you could have done to save her other Pokémon. It wasn't your fault, it was that wrench of an old woman's fault, okay? Pikachu. His Pokémon agreed. Well, I've been asleep for quite a while by the looks of it, how about we find out what's going on? Fergus made his way towards the train station like everyone else after being told by the authorities. From there they would be transported to safety. He paused for a moment when a black Pokeball appeared in front of him. At first he thought it was for his other Pokémon, but instead it popped open to reveal his intimidating Gyarados. Now, Fergus considered himself a macho man, always presenting an egotistical demeanor, but when his Pokémon appeared in front of him, he didn't hesitate to envelop the Pokémon in a hug. Neither would he fight back cheers if they came, very happy to have his Pokémon back. So happy, that he nearly walked straight into the path of an Arcanine carry two kids. He didn't care though, he had his Pokémon back. The woman with blonde hair took one last look at the lifeless body of Mewtwo before it was pushed back into the freezer of the morgue she was currently standing in. She took one last glance at the Pokémon. I know you didn't allow me to call you this, but I'm so sorry, sigh. She stared at the hatch as it closed, lost in deep thought. So much, she failed to hear the other person in the room call her Master, Master, Hannah, Mrs. Waterflower. That brought her out of her daze, quickly glaring at the man. How do you know my name? She questioned. It's my job, the man explained. Your job is to lead us. My job is information and espionage. Now, what do you want me to do with this? He held up a bag, holding the latch open to reveal 2 vials of blood. One is the blood of the Mewtwo you just saw, the other is a sample we collected from Mew when we had her. Send them to the base we have in Unova. Yes, ma'am. The man nodded, before pausing. May I ask why you haven't gotten one of your right-hand men to do this? Why not Silver? He's busy. Hannah spat. She hated people who asked too many questions. Now, go. Yes, Master. The wild Charizard landed with a thud, but the small group of Pokémon he landed near didn't run away in fear, instead they ran towards him. Happily greeting him, the little Charmanders rubbed up against their father. Equally happy, a female Charizard greeted him with a puff of smoke in his face. This earned a glare before a small flame was sent back. The little Pokémon tried to copy the bigger ones, but failed. Charizard didn't care. He'd teach them how to launch flames from their mouths when they were older. He just needed to reassert his dominance in the forest first. Leaf stared out the window of her room inside the Pokémon Center at the Indigo Plateau, trying to see the stars. The last few weeks had been horrible for her. She'd lost her first Pokémon. True to her word, she knew her Pokémon would want her to continue, so she found herself making her way to the plateau to qualify. Deciding she couldn't see the sky very well from her room, she decided to leave the Pokémon Center. Gathering a few things, she tied the necklace she'd received from her mother around her neck. Leaving her room, she noticed her old friend, now rival, entering his. What are you doing up, Gary? She asked. It was way past midnight. I could ask the same thing. Gary shot back. But if you must know, I was just checking on my Pokémon, making sure they're ready to beat yours in the league. Leaf ignored him after that, deciding to cut off their conversation and head for the exit. But as she passed Gary's room, he grabbed her arm. Stopping, she looked at the boy for a second. Look, Leaf, Gary muttered, sounding very sincere. I'm sorry for what happened to your Pokémon. Thanks, Gary. Leaf smiled. But there was nothing you could have done. You didn't steal my Pokémon. But still, Gary added. I don't know what would have happened if it was Blastoise that was taken, but I know you're handling it better than I could. You're a lot stronger than you think, Leaf, and I know you'll go far. Gee, thanks, Gary. Leaf smiled even more enthusiastically. Well, not as far as me though. Gee, thanks, Gary. With that, she left, heading for the Pokémon Center's exit. She couldn't help thinking of her Pokémon, twiddling with the pendant on her necklace. A week ago. Come here, Leaf. Amanda Green enveloped her daughter in a hug for the 100th time since her Pokémon was stolen. Truth be told, they'd had a strained relationship for years, and she hadn't held her daughter like this in so long. It's all right, they'll find your Pokémon. I'm sure he'll be safe. How do you know? Leaf pushed away, glaring at her mother. I don't, Amanda replied. But I have to believe, just like you do. Believe it or not, I know what you're going through. Really? Leaf looked skeptical. Yes. Amanda nodded. It's how I met your father. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been here today. Leaf froze. Her mother rarely talked about her father. How'd he help you? She sobbed, hoping her mother's answer would bring her some peace. He showed me there was a way through the pain, helped me through it. Amanda paused. He was the only friend I had during those days. I didn't have red, blue, or even yellow, all I had was him. I know you'll get through this because you have his blood in you, which is why I've decided to give you the only thing I have left of him. She quickly disappeared into her bedroom, before returning to Leaf's side. She held out a shiny necklace with a pendant that housed a multicolored stone with a symbol inside it. What is it? This is a keystone, Amanda explained. Combined with a Pokemon's Mega Stone, it allows them to Mega Evolve. And it's the last thing you have of Dad. Amanda nodded, placing it in Leaf's hands. It's the first thing he ever gave me. It's how I knew I could trust him. All I know is that his family had it for generations, but he decided to give it to me. So, I guess, I'm carrying on the family tradition. Thanks, Mum. She clipped the necklace together around her neck. But you said this needed a Mega Stone as well. That's right. Amanda nodded, giving Leaf a larger stone. And this is how much I believe you will get Venusaur back. It's a Mega Stone that only Venusaur can use. Leaf replayed the memory over and over again in her head as she reached large sliding doors of the Pokémon Center. Excuse me, night curfew is in effect, young lady, the night shift nurse Joy interrupted her thoughts. You cannot leave now. Leaf didn't care, pressing the release button next to the sliding doors, quickly slipping out before Nurse Joy could stop her. Wandering around the side, she stared up at the night sky, studying the stars as she wondered where her Pokémon was. Suddenly, a black Pokeball appeared, and before she could react, it burst open, revealing her Venusaur. Venusaur! She exclaimed, crying as she hugged her Pokémon. I missed you. Soar. The Pokémon agreed, letting her know she felt the same. I'm never letting you go again. Mewtwo stared at the isolated mountain Mew had brought him and his cloned Pokémon to. He realized it was perfect here, as they wouldn't be interrupted or found by anyone, but one question remained. Why did you erase their minds? Mew shrugged. It was better to do that than let live with the scars. Besides, I didn't erase their minds, I just blocked certain memories. Very well. Mewtwo nodded, turning towards his aura counterpart. I wish to learn. Shall we begin? Sai nodded.
Hey guys, if you like this video, please do one thing, like it, share it with your those friends who love to watch Pokemon or any fanfic of anime which are related to specific genres. So please do that and turn on the bell icon for notification of these any other series which are still ongoing on channel. Thanks for watching.